Hello and welcome to Fight Zone. We're from Grays in Essex tonight, and I'm glad to say I'm joined by a friend of many years, Steve Lillis. We've got some great fights tonight, and it starts off with a very interesting cruiserweight fight between Martell and Luke Watkins. What can you tell me about this fight, Steve?
Well, for the English title, it's a title. The first ever holder of the title was David Hay, incidentally. But look, it's the fight where the winner breaks into the domestic picture. There's a lot of really good cruiserweights around on Fight Zone. We've got the IBO World Champion Jack Massey, the IBO International Champion David Jameson. There's no fights. The British title fight's vacant, and the winner will be in that division tonight. You've got Chris Billam-Smith in action against Isaac Chamberlain, who Martell lost a very close, not Martell, Luke Watkins lost a very close decision to. The winner is in the shake-up. It's now for them.
Well, also on our top of the bill is a WBO International and a Commonwealth Super Bantamweight title fight between Nina Hughes and Tycee Gallagher, both undefeated. That's going to be a tasty affair.
You know what, both these fights are the top of the bill, both 50-50. I've spoken to a lot of people this week, and they're all picking, all four, involved in those fights have got people's votes. Tycee Gallagher's younger, 24. Nina's 39, a mother of two, and you wonder what Nina might have done if she turned over earlier. I think she got a bit disheartened with boxing with the amateur game. She would have, but for Nicola Adams being about, she would have been the British, the flyweight representing everybody all over the world. So who knows what she might have achieved. But it's a fantastic fight, and those bantam and super bantamweight divisions for women are the ones that are really, really fanciable. Fantastic divisions, a lot of competition in them.
So a lot to be excited about. We'll start off right now with our undercard, and we'll hand you over to our MC, Ricky Wright.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we join viewers from around the world live on Fight Zone, Lee Eaton in association with Dennis Hobson present a night of championship boxing from right here in Grays, Essex. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome your first boxer into the ring from Middleton, Daryl Sharp. And now would you please welcome his opponent from Stockholm, Sweden, Adam Palhalia.
Lucifer, dawn of the morning, I'm gonna chase you out of her. Lucifer, dawn of the morning.
I'm from the murder capital, where we murder for capital.
Lucifer, dawn of the morning, I'm gonna chase you out of her.
You did it again, you're a genius, nigga.
Lucifer, dawn of the morning.
So you niggas change your attitude for they asking what happened to you. Lord forgive him, he got them dark forces in him, but he also got a righteous cause for sending them to murder me. So I gotta murder them first, emergency. Doctors performing procedures, Jesus. I ain't trying to be facetious, but vengeance is mine, said the Lord. You said it better than all. Leave niggas on death's door, breathing off Respirators for killing my best ball haters. On permanent hiatus as I skate in the Maybach Benz, fly this annihilating. Bumping brown sugar by D'Angelo in Los Angeles, like an evangelist. I can introduce you to your maker, bring you closer to nature. Ashes after they cremate you bastards. Hope you've been reading your psalms and chapters, paying your tithes, being good Catholics. I'm coming. I'm from the murder capital, where we murder for capital.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lee Eaton in association with Dennis Hobson presents 4 3-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. Introducing first in the red corner, wearing the black shorts with a silver stripe. Weighing in at 12 stone 8 pounds, this is his 102nd contest. From Middleton, Darryl Sharp. And his opponent in the blue corner, wearing the white shorts. Weighing in at 12 stone 4 pounds, he is undefeated with a record of 2 wins, which both came by way of knockout. From Stockholm, Sweden, Adam Belalia. Your timekeeper, Ashley McGill. Your referee, Mark Bates.
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, we're underway with a super middleweight fight. Looking forward to get a look at Adam Belalia. He's got Darryl Sharp, and this undefeated fighter from Sweden, 2 fights, 2 wins, and 2 KOs. Does not hang about. Have you seen him before, Steve?
No, I think he spoke professional fights earlier this year for Belalia. Took part in Estonia. Obviously, it's his first fight in Britain. He had an extensive amateur career for Sweden, and he's up against a man tonight, though, who would be, if he got this fellow, Darryl Sharp, out the way in around it, it would be more than an achievement. It would be a statement of intent. A man who's very rarely stopped. 2 or I think 3 times he's been stopped. Real tough guy, and I saw Sharp, or might have been last year, go the distance with Karol Itamar, who's a really serious prospect, and he took his whack that night and saw out the 4 rounds.
Well, Sharp got a smile across his face, or was that a smirk? But Belalia, he's tried the odd overhand right. He looks like he's got some authority in that punch. Tries it again.
Belalia was, was only 12 stone 4. He's a big man for that size, isn't he? He looks rangy, that sort of physique.
He's tall, he's rangy, got a good jab. I mean, he looks well schooled. And, he's not in any sort of rush. He's just trying to find the opening, soften and Sharp up a little bit with that jab. Hands held a little bit too low for my liking.
So you talk about hands being low. How many fighters you see this day and where you think, hands being held low than what you'd like? You see there's so many of them, don't you? You
do, and I think it's a bad habit for me. It's a bad habit to get into. You see, great fighters like Iron Mike Tyson, as tough as they come, but hands right up, getting maximum protection. And I think, that's a lesson for everyone.
Sharp weren't to impress them when he sort of ducked out the way and sort of showboat a little bit. It's not the sort of thing that goes down well with these journeymen.
Well, he's got the center of the ring, Belalia, and he's getting the punches off first. But nothing so far that's gives Sharp any trouble.
Yeah. Sharp missing there with a wild swing, and then Belalia doing the Billy Joe Saunders, his left hand to his forehead. seen a few copies. And you know what? And Sharp's not very happy with that. And I don't like to see these prospects do that to journeymen. Because they're in there for a reason. They're in there to show you a few things. And let's be honest, you know, help you along in your career. And it's not something I saw it on a show recently as well. And it's not something I like to see these young 2-0 professionals doing. You earn your right to do that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there's going to be, you know, a long road ahead for Adam Balalia. And, you know, he needs to have respect for his opponents. I'm sure, you know, it's always good as well from a young prospect to have a bit of confidence and a bit of show in himself and, you know, a bit of bounce in his step.
Yeah, perhaps I'm a bit too old, Glenn, and, you know, a bit too old school.
Going along with me, mate. We're getting old together.
Seconds out, round 2.
So what would you want to see from, you know, you're a pundit of the sport for many years. You know, what are you looking for in a young up and coming fighter? What do you want to see?
In these sort of 4 rounds, just show a little bit of everything, you know, that you can do, a little bit of patience as well. You know, don't go headhunting. Like, you know, you see a lot of these guys like this are 2-0 with a couple first-round knockouts. And to Balalia's credit, he's not. So often you see him headhunting.
Yeah.
You know, they're just trying to take your head off with every punch. And that's when these guys see the fights through comfortably.
Absolutely.
It's the fighters that pick their shots that get the stoppages against journeymen. You know.
But when do you pick out? You know, something that's going to do. When they're in with a fight with journeyman, it's hard to tell, isn't it? It's hard to gauge. You know, if you're outside the ring, you're watching boxing, you haven't seen a lot of it. How do you gauge how good this kid's going to be?
You're not really going to, you know, in a fight against Darryl Sharp, unless, you know, you've seen him as the amateurs. You have to see him more than once. But you just look for him to do a bit of everything. You know, we're seeing here, he's got a long right hand, seems quite, you know, decent enough. There seems a bit of snap in it. You know, maybe a bit more authority with his jab.
Exactly. I mean, what I'm seeing is somebody's got a 2-0 record. He's certainly been patient. He's not rushing anything, is he? So he's not excitable.
No, and that's what you need to do. You know, a good temperament. You know, as we were saying earlier, too many of these guys go in to just take heads off.
Tries to double it up. The jab just falls a bit short, Balalia.
But if you look at it already, you also get the impression that Sharp is happy just to see out the 4 rounds. You know, the odd overhand rights coming in that we saw one earlier that's missing by a mile. He's in there Sharp, and he's feeling from, while he might be up against a decent prospect here, Sharp at his mind knows by not being too ambitious, and it's a fight he can get through comfortably.
Yeah. Sharp having a success with his jab, boxing out the southpaw stance. Balalia just looking to control, not in a rush, got the center of the ring.
But you know, he can perhaps, you know, not rush, hold the center of the ring because there's so little coming back. You know, he's giving him nothing to think about.
He's got a bit of a personality. He's talking to Sharp now. And that just manages to upset Sharp, who's starting to get a little bit rough in there, a little bit wild with the head.
A bit of a touch gloves. He's a real flashy fighter. Like at the end of the first round, his hands are in the air to the crowd at the end of each round. One thing Balalia's not short of is confidence, Glenn.
Yeah,
Which
as I
good.
said, it is good. You know, I mean, we've been around the whole careers of the, you know, the Mayweathers, the Nazim Hameds, and, you know, but we've also been around a lot of fighters that's shown some confidence and ended up getting knocked out. So, you know, there's a lesson to be learned there. You got to be good. You got to be good to be a showman and pull it all off.
And it would be against fighters, you know, of a lot more ambition than what Darryl's got at this stage of his career.
Seconds out, round 3.
Well, the chop straight out, looking to mean business, trying to rough Balalia up in the third round. Balalia quick to get back in control behind that jab. Got a good jab, but as I've said, just he throws that jab out nice and sharp, but brings it back to the waist. So, you know, anybody who's going to face him, I'll just give you a little tip. Look for a right hand after that jab.
Yeah. And also, if you throw that jab, throw it with a bit more authority. You know, you've got the long arms to put a bit more behind
it. You know, if you're studying, you know, obviously I've been around boxing a long time and many fights, but you just watch. If you know, a sharp opponent will look at Balalia. They'll see every time he throws his jab, that left hand comes straight back to the waist. There. So what are you going to do? Step in with a big right hand? Falling short a little bit, missing with the jab.
Falling short twice there, 3 times, 4 times he's fallen short there with it.
Balalia, you know, he's winning these rounds comfortably enough, but I'd like to see him in a little bit more of a hurry, Steve.
Yeah, maybe he's too patient, too controlled.
You know, he's also, you know, he's building up a record, but you're there to entertain as well. And I think, you know, if you're going to build a fan base, you need to be and to produce the goods.
Daryl Sharp just teasing him. He's absolutely untroubled, isn't he, Sharp?
Yeah, he's strong. He knows the game. I mean, when you've had 101 fights, you know what you're doing in there to get through these fights without too much trouble. Well, he's content just to work away with that jab, building up the points. So the right hand goes in there. Nothing to trouble Sharp.
Yeah, and Sharp nodding his head there, then he flicked that right hand there. You're not going to hurt me, look on his face.
Is it Adam Balalia's intention to base himself in the UK from
I'm going to ask him if he wins. I'm going to ask him afterwards. I just know he hasn't boxed for Sweden.
Yeah. Be good to know what his intentions are.
If he gets through this 4th round unscathed, I'll be asking him.
Good
right
man.
in front of you, Glenn, as well.
Good man.
Feet from you.
I look forward to hearing what his plans are, because obviously he'll be a good fit into a good domestic division.
Yeah. A couple more 4-rounders, step up to 6 rounds and go from there.
But like what we're all waiting for, seeing these, when you see these prospect types, you want to see them in a competitive fight, don't you? With someone of a similar ability, that's when we start to answer questions, isn't it?
I'm sure the way he's going now, he looks everything like one of those guys we see get to 9, 10 and 0, and we see bits of promise, bits you criticise, and then 11, 12 fight, you find out what they're all about.
Well, 2 fights, 2 wins, 2 KOs for Adam Balalia. Is he going to make it 3 out of 3?
Looking at it right now, if he lost this from here, it would be something that nobody would predict, not even Daryl Sharp. Daryl showed a little bit more ambition as we approach the final 2 minutes of this fight there.
Well, I think Daryl Sharp will be saying he's had a relatively easy night, hasn't he? I mean, he'll be happy with this, and we're going to see a little bit more action out of him in the last round.
He would have looked at this job, first round. If you look how cagey was the first round circling, he wouldn't have looked at Balalia. He would have known he was up against the guy who knocked out his last 2 opponents. And in the first round, that's why he was so negative, wasn't he? Well, he's been negative throughout until about 30 seconds ago.
Still in no big rush. Adam Balalia tries a looping right hand. Doesn't really get through.
Taken on the glove, didn't trouble Sharp at all. When you are comparing with when I saw him, it was at Wembley when Sharp got beaten at Wembley on points by Karol Itamar. I mean, Sharp was relieved to hear the final bell. He took a shelling in the 4th round, and there was arguments the referee could have stopped it. You know, you talk of prospects and how far this guy, Balalia, will be behind a Karol Itamar, and it's a long, long way. Yeah. And Itamar's only 6 fights into his career. So that's the sort of competition, the guys you're making comparisons with.
Yeah. Well, he's got a bit of variety. You know, he's got a nice style, upright boxer. You know,
rangy, long arms. You know, I can imagine it will be awkward to fight as his career progresses.
I mean, we haven't seen a great deal of urgency from him, but I think he's looked at the record of Darryl Sharp, and he's got some respect for the big man. I think, to be honest, he's went in to this, and people have probably said, you know, you're going to be unlikely to get this man out of there early. So, you know, just enjoy yourself. Just, you know, just put your shots together, try and learn a thing or two, and that's exactly how his fight fought, isn't it?
As I say, there's nothing to worry about apart from a little 5-second spurt from Sharp at the start of this round. Very easy night for him, very easy win. And for Darryl Sharp, very comfortable. He's got through that fight easier than a lot of fights, and he'll be ready to go when the phone rings. I think he's got to know his next fight's on the 27th of August if he doesn't get a call before then.
Well, Adam Balalia, a decent, relaxed performance in there with Darryl Sharp, who, as we know, very experienced, 101 fights. He's strong, he's tough, and Balalia, give him the respect he deserves. And I should think this is a rather easy fight to score for referee Mark Bates. And as soon as Darryl Sharp is ready, we will get the decision from our MC, Mr. Ricky Wright.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of action, we go to the referee scorecard. Mark Bates has it 40-36 in favor of your winner and still undefeated, Adam Balalia.
Well, as we thought, comfortable for Adam Balalia. Customary photographs as his career progresses. 24 years of age from Sweden. And I'm very interested to see or hear what his plans are. And he's gonna be with us very shortly as he climbs up. A few autograph hunters are getting him on the way. But we'll talk to him very soon, and I think he's just about to join Steve Lillis now.
Congratulations on your first win in the UK. Talk us through the fight. Did you know beforehand it was a guy you'd be unlikely to shift?
I didn't know so much about him. I saw a couple of videos, so I saw that he was a southpaw. But you know, he's much heavier than me. I'm usually fighting at middleweight, so I knew what to expect. He can take a punch, and yeah, I just outboxed him, dominated him for 4 rounds. Yeah.
You've had a couple of fights in Estonia. Yes. Are you based in Britain now?
Now I'm based here in Britain. I was before in Sweden, Stockholm, but moved here with my great team, Greg, Reese, and all in Rathbone, Camden, Nicky Boxing, Anthony, everybody. This is not just me winning, this is everybody.
Yeah. Tell us how much more there is to come from you. Because you seem very relaxed, very comfortable in there tonight.
Yeah, me, I'm a very relaxed boxer. You know, I'm not stiff. I move around. I take it easy. I take my time, and I never look for the knockout. You know, I can bang, so you know, usually it comes. But this guy is heavy, and he has taken he got over 100 fights in the ring, so he knows what to do.
Before we let you go, is the aim to fight at super middleweight?
My aim is to continue my reign in middleweight, and you know, go for the belt. Yeah, that's all the way.
It'll be a fair lump at that weight.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks very much, and back to Glenn, who's got a special guest with him.
Well, I'm over the moon to be joined by the world champion, our very own Hannah Rankin.
Hello.
Hello, Hannah. Thank you very much for joining us. It's good that you're going to be with us for the rest of the night. And we look forward to hearing your comments on our big one.
Yeah, no, I'm excited about this one. It's going to be great, main event.
Yeah, what can you tell me? Any tips? Have you seen any of them training recently?
No, so basically this is quite an exciting fight. Good matchup between Gallagher and Nina Hughes. You know, there's some exciting belts on the line. And I think both have been working really, really hard in the lead up to this. So I'm really excited to see what they're both bringing to it. And obviously, Nina's quite a pressure fighter, in my opinion. So, you know, she's going to be wanting to put that pressure on the whole fight. Taiji is going to be using her footwork, I think, and making use of the ring. Well, I hope she is anyway. So, yeah, no, that's what... I don't know, it's a very exciting fight and quite early on in both of their careers.
Yeah, and what about, I mean, we've got a very good warm-up to that, haven't we, with Ian Martell and Luke Watkins.
Yeah, that's a really exciting fight. Obviously, that's your division. But yeah, no, I'm excited about that one. And, you know, big step up. You know, Ian Martell is his first big step up. Luke's a little bit more seasoned, a bit more experienced, been in with some of the bigger names. So, yeah, it's a great matchup, really. I'm quite excited about that, too. Good card tonight.
Yeah, Ian Martell, I mean, he's shown an awful lot of promise, hasn't he? But this is his first big test. Thanks, Helen.
Into the ring from Bolton, Mikey Young.
Yeah, we gotta go get something to eat, man. I'm hungry in the motherfucker. Hey, yo, man. Damn, what's taking homie so long, son? Freaking calm down. When you coming? Hold on.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men wish death on me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. These pussy niggas put money on my head. Gone, get your refund, motherfucker. I ain't dead. I'm the diamond in the...
And now please welcome his opponent from St. Ives, Cambridgeshire, Ben Lilly.
Don't watch that. Watch this. This is the heavy monster sound. The nuttiest sound around. So if you're coming off the street and you're beginning to feel the heat, well, listen, Buster, you better start to move your feet to the rockinest, rock-steady beat of madness. One step beyond.
Ladies and gentlemen, live on Fight Zone, Lee Eaton in association with Dennis Hobson presents 4 3-minute rounds in the Super Bantamweight division, sponsored by JJ Crump & Sons, Aguila Lounge, Empire Pro Tape, and Boxing Marketing Services. Your timekeeper at the bell, Mr. Ashley McGill, and your referee in charge, Chaz Coakley. Introducing first in the red corner, wearing the black shorts, weighing in at 8 stone 10 pounds, his record: 2 wins, 1 defeat, and 1 draw. From Bolton, Mikey Young. And his opponent in the blue corner, wearing the black and silver shorts, weighing in at 8 stone 10 pounds, he is undefeated with a record of 3 wins. From St. Ives, Cambridgeshire, Ben Lilly.
Well, expecting a competitive fight between 2 super bantamweights, Ben Lilly and Mikey Young. To know anything of these two, Ben Lilly, 3 fights, 3 wins. Hannah from St. Ives.
Yeah, no, Ben's been on Fight Zone before in March. So, yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see how Mikey deals with this one.
Nice little right hand there from Mikey. You got the southpaw, Lilly versus the orthodox.
I think they're just both feeling each other out at the moment. Young quite happy to be on the back foot.
Well, Young's only lost 1 of 4. Ben is undefeated, 3 out of 3. So a cagey affair expected. Well, southpaw Lilly on the front foot. Just trying to establish himself with that southpaw jab. Little smile from Mikey Young.
It's a little bit of blood there from Ben Lilly's nose.
Yeah, just rubbing the nose there. Another right hand landed to the face of Ben Lilly. And it's caused a bit of damage, those couple of solid right hands he's been caught with.
Quite a bit of blood already. Young seems pretty relaxed there on the back foot.
He does, he's just taking his time. He's already, he's landed with those good right hands, so he's not rushing anything. Well, both of them had some success in this round, but it's that right hand, isn't it, of Young that's caught the eye. An interesting one. Good start to this 6th rounder at Super Bantamweight. Ben Lilly, Mikey Young. And pick the bones out of that one, Hannah.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, that backhand from Young has been the main shot of the round for me. He's just very calm about it as well. Not rushing his work, just waiting till Lilly overshoots, and then he's countering with that big shot.
Yeah, he's thinking about this one, isn't he?
Yeah.
Young. You know, he's not rushing anything. He's having a good look at Ben Lilly. And although Lilly started to do a little bit of work later on, for me, I'd probably give that round to Young.
Me too.
Hey, champ. I kiss you first, so don't get jealous. My first kiss.
Promoter Dennis Hobson just greeting Hannah with a kiss. Unfortunately, I missed out.
I was going to say it's quite interesting seeing, you know, the southpaw on the front foot not using the ring as much, you know, more aggressive, and the orthodox fighter just sitting back.
Exactly. I mean, he's definitely come in with a game plan, Mikey Young. And that's to just wait for his counters, and he's doing that lovely, isn't it? That another little right hand hook, bang on the face. He's going to have to force the issue a little bit more, Ben Lilly, I feel.
Definitely. I think that when he rushes forward like that, though, that's when Young's really starting to take advantage, and that's when he finds a home for that right hand.
Yeah. So Lilly on the front foot again, trying to get that southpaw jab through.
Nice right hook to body there.
Not doing a great deal in this round, Mikey Young. No, it's okay picking the odd shot out, but you know, you've got to do a little bit more than that to win these rounds, haven't you? And at the minute, Ben Lilly is the one who's forcing this round.
He's definitely forcing the pace.
Yeah, a little better now from Lilly. Starting to connect a bit. And we're seeing Young become pretty defensive.
Yeah.
Tries for that right hand. A couple of times he's tried for it recently and missed with that right hand. And it's Lilly now who's coming on strong. Well, Ben Lilly from St. Ives just establishing himself a little better in the second round, Hannah.
Absolutely. And also, I would probably say that's a round apiece. That's how I'd see it.
I would agree with you.
Yeah, Young's not doing enough. You know, there's some eye-catching shots, but not enough to win him the round.
Yeah, he seems to be just relying on that right hand. You know, he's had a bit of success in the first round with that, and that seemed his only tactics. He's got to do more than that as this fight progresses. And I think he's got to take the fight to Ben Lilly a little bit more, or certainly if he's going to stay on the defensive, you know, throw more shots.
Yeah.
That's better now, a bit of pressure from Ben Lilly. And he's covering up Young. I'd like to see either one, you know, put their shots together a little more. That's better from Lily. That's what you want to see. You want to see, you know, taking over in this fight. And you're only going to do that by letting the shots go.
Absolutely. And going in a couple of phases, you know, just coming forward, okay, land shot, then go again, and go again, you know, really like become more dominant in the round.
Exactly. Again, we've got that single shot, that single right hand from Young. He's had his successes with that, but needs a bit more.
Yeah.
There's a lack of jabs, isn't there, from the Bolton man?
Yeah, so it's allowing Lily just to walk up to him there on the ropes.
Yeah. And some strong body shots been going in from Ben Lilly. Landed with the right hand, skipped away. Young tried it this time to the body. Yeah, this round's following a similar pattern as the last, with Lily just forcing the action. The odd counter from Young, but not enough.
Not enough, no. Some quite nice defensive movement from Young, though. Okay, 3 rounds down. Halfway through.
Yeah, but how did you see the third, Hannah?
I'm going to edge it to Lily on work rate, I think. Young needs to do more. He's landing some good shots. It's just not a single shot.
He's punch picking, but you know, very rarely is he doing that. And I think to catch the eye, to win the round, you need more than that. And you know, you got to give the effort to Ben Lilly. But it's all to fight for, this one.
Yeah. Must admit, I don't envy them tonight. It's very hot outside and it's hot in here.
Well, it's a hot one outside, but really, really warm indoors here. Good atmosphere. Civic Centre in Grays in Essex. Referee pulls them together.
I think that was an indication that this was a 4-rounder. Touch of gloves there before we started.
Well, they switched that very, very late stage.
Yeah. A bit of confusion with the corners there.
Bit of confusion with the commentators.
Yeah.
But that's normal, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Nice right hook to the body from Lily. And the jab finally getting to work from Mikey Young. That's been missing, Hannah, from his work, hasn't it? The use of the jab. Well, we've got Asif Khan just giving us the hand signal that this is a 6th round. So if Asif says it's 6 rounds, we know it's 6 rounds. Well, you know, you'd kind of guess that in the way that Mikey Young, it looked like he was preparing himself for 6th rounder, didn't he? Because he's been in no rush in this one. You know, and all of a sudden, when it looked like the referee thought it was a 4-rounder, you know, he's had to pick things up a little bit. Quite a bit of blood around the face of Ben Lilly. Blood from the nose. Smeared all over his face as he works away with shots to the body and the head.
Some good defensive movement from Young, but just nothing off it.
Yeah.
It's just a shame because he does some great movement and then walks off.
Yeah, that's not enough to win the rounds, and it's work like this from Lilly that's gonna catch the eye, that's gonna choke up the points. Referee Chaz Coakley will be choking up the points.
Good backhand there from Lilly to end the round.
And for me, you'll have to tell me if you agree with me, but Ben Lilly just pulling ahead a little bit, just for, you know, better work rate.
Absolutely. Just got to do a little bit more from the Young corner.
You know, work like that, you know, when he's just throwing in flurries, that's you know, that's going to get the points. That's better work, and, you know, picking the odd single shot at range on the defensive, you know, from Mikey Young is not going to be enough. He's got the corner need to talk to Mikey. Just change the game plan a little bit.
Yeah.
Kevin Marie working in the corner. Ben Lilly there. Very busy stable.
Very busy.
Well, 5th round. Have you got it, Hannah?
I've got Lilly up for this one. He's just doing more work, more consistent work rate as well throughout all the rounds. It's not just picking single shots. He's putting them together.
Yeah, agreed at this stage. I mean, he's the fighter that looks in control. You know, it's often a good sign, you know, when you've got the center of the ring, you know, you've got the territory. You're the boss when you've got the center of the ring.
And if you're going to counter punch, you need to throw more than just single shots. You know, it's just not enough.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No. Unless you're a devastating puncher, which Mikey Young is not. Some good defensive work, as you say, Hannah, from Young. Nice right hand there. You know, he uses the ring well. He covers up quite well. You know, sees the shots. You know, does manage to block some of them, but there's still more getting through from Lilly.
He has found a home for that right hand, Young. Quite a few times in the fight now. It's just nothing coming after it.
It's just not enough, is it, by itself?
No.
You know, he keeps trying for it. It just seems as if that's the only thing in his mind, isn't it? Look for that shot, look for that shot. Now, that's okay, you know, if you've got fight change and power.
Yeah.
But you can't rely on that to win the points.
like you were saying, for both fighters, the jab is missing.
Yeah. Neither of them have done anything different, have they? It's followed the same pattern throughout. More work for me from Ben Lilly.
Yeah.
And he's pulling ahead.
Yeah.
Fairly cautious it's been from Mikey Young.
Yep.
32-year-old from Bolton. 2 wins in his last 4 fights. Just 1 draw, 1 loss. But he's on the defensive here. So, 6th and final round coming up. It's interesting. 6-rounder at Super Bantamweight. So now Ben Lilly looks to be doing a little bit more and on his way to victory, unless the Bolton Mikey Young can pull out a big right hand. And I think what we're finding in a fight like this is 2 boxers who are finding their level.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, Lilly's 29, Young's 32. Neither one's got a great deal of urgency in their work, have they? I mean, you know, Lilly, you know, he is trying to make a fight of it. He is pushing forward, but all a bit too negative and too thoughtful for Young.
Young got through with that right hand again, just there. Started the flow of blood again. Lilly's nose. Corner have done a great lot of work with him.
Yeah, just little work like that. I mean, you know, that's what you tell your fighter in the corner when your man stops on the ropes. Just, you know, let a little barrage of punches go and just pick the points up. You know, just make sure of each and every round, and you know, barring the first, where Young had a bright start, letting that right hand go fairly often. It's been, for me, it's been Ben Lilly who's looked the one that wants to take this win.
Yeah. Little flurry body shots there from Young just before. Stopped his pace a little bit in this last round.
Well, I think he'll have been told in the corner, you're letting this one slip. Right, could you give an argument for Mikey Young's cautious work? No.
No.
I think that means
No, not really.
that means no.
This is a good right hand there. Look, he's up the pace now.
Yeah, he's trying to put a little bit of meat on the bones there, isn't he? With trying to put some power in that right hand and doing a little bit more. Too little, too late, it seems.
Good right hook.
Now, I'm not sure why he wouldn't try to do that in every round, just trying to up the pace that he did in the last round when he started to let some punches go. Because, you know, he found all night that with that right hook, it would land.
Absolutely. He just started to get into his flow, I think, in the 6th round there. It's just, yeah, like you said, a little too late.
Yeah. Didn't set the place on fire. Super Bantamweight Ben Lilly looks to have done enough, but we wait for MC Ricky Wright to give us the clarification of that. He's had the nod from the referee. And we wait for these boys to get the centre of the ring, and we'll get the announcement any moment.
Try to clear out some of that blood.
Well, here we get the result.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of action, we go to the referee scorecard. Chaz Coakley has the bout 59 to 56 in favor of your winner and still undefeated, Ben Lilly.
59-56 on referee Chaz Coakley's scorecard. So maybe slightly closer than we had it, but
yeah.
Sum it up for me, Hannah.
Well, I think there was some good amount of pressure put in by Lilly in that fight, you know, and, you know, he picked some interesting shots and that was good to see, but Young could have done a lot more earlier on to make it a little bit more of an exciting fight to watch.
Yeah, not quite sure what the game plan was from Mikey Young. I mean, obviously, you know, he knows he's going in with a 3-fight undefeated fighter. I think he give him a little bit too much respect.
Yes, that's what I think, definitely. And he just started to seem to warm up in the 6th round. You know, he started to be a little bit more flash, and I'd love to have seen a little bit more of that.
Yeah, you know, I mean, obviously the confidence wasn't there. He was, you know, he was pot shotting when he could, but it was Ben Lilly who carries on and got the victory, and we'll find out now what Steve Lillis thought of that. Over to you, Steve.
Ben, congratulations. Win number 4. You're bloodied, but still unbeaten.
Happy with that. Well happy with that. We knew it weren't going to be an easy fight, but sod's law that my nose went on the first punch. Like, you can't help that. You can't do anything about that.
You've only been a pro 8 months. You turned over late.
Yep.
4 fights, 4 wins. How would you assess this infancy of your professional career?
I'm well happy with it. It's everything Steve said it would be, to be fair. He's my right man in the corner, in and out of the gym as well. So if it weren't for Steve, I really wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing.
Well, where would you be?
In the pub. Yeah, but no. Hat off to Steve. I've got everything to owe for him, 100%.
Steve, let's bring you in just for a second. Just ask you about Ben. What made you turn in professional so late?
Well, he had a short amateur career, but he was dropping people and knocking people out with a 10-ounce big spongy gloves in the amateurs. So I know this kick and punch. He's had 4 without a stoppage now, and he can't believe it but he's his own worst enemy, because every time he gets in there, he's trying to throw bombs and I'm just trying to get in the box. Because if he boxes over the longer rounds, the stoppages will come. This kid hits so hard in the gym, but he tries too hard from range, dropping his hands. He's always going to be an exciting fight. I'm happy with that. We get the win. It was a step up in opponent slightly. Next time, it'll be another step up, and he's going to be in some tough fights, some exciting fights. He doesn't like going backwards. And he's going to be a fan's favourite, and hopefully we can get him to championship fights and get him down the line. But he's got a lot of work to do. We're learning on the job. And with him, if we get him to where I want him, maybe another 4 or 5 fights, I'm not going to rush him. He's as fit as you like. He has 2 jobs, and he trains, and he's one of the best kids in the gym. When he wants to put it on, his nerves get to him. So when he lets it go and he relaxes and he learns out the craft of the game over 8 or 10 rounds, I guarantee this boy's going to do all right. I guarantee it.
So you were sparking them in the amateurs. Are we going to start seeing you knocking them out in the professionals soon?
Yeah, once we work on what we work on in the gym, once I can get it right in there, absolutely, 100%.
Thank you very much. Back to Glenn, who a man himself who knows about knocking people out.
I'm not sure about that. Not sure about that, Steve, but thanks very much. Good little fight. We'll be getting ready any moment for the next. Paul Ryan versus Alexander Zeladon. Over to your MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome your first boxer into the ring? From Nicaragua, Alexander Zaltan. And now please welcome his opponent from Dublin, Ireland, Paul Ryan. Ladies and gentlemen, live on Fight Zone, Lee Eaton in association with Dennis Hobson presents 6 3-minute rounds in the middleweight division. Sponsored by JJ Crump and Son, Aguila Lounge, Empire Pro Tape, and Boxing Marketing Services. Your timekeeper at the bell, Mr. Ashley McGill, and your referee, Sean McAvoy. Introducing first in the red corner, wearing the red, white, and blue. Weighing in at 11 stone 3 pounds, tonight he enters the ring for the 43rd time. From Nicaragua, Alexander Zaltan. And his opponent in the blue corner, wearing the purple shorts. Weighing in at 11 stone 3 pounds, he is undefeated at 4 wins. 2 of those wins coming by way of knockout. From Dublin, Ireland, Paul Ryan.
Well, good to get a look at Paul Ryan from Dublin as he's in against Alexander Zalatan, who we've seen before, very, very experienced Nicaraguan. And it's good things being talked about Paul Ryan.
Yeah, he was a very, very good amateur, particularly as a junior. 2015 World Junior Semis, 3-time Irish champion. I think he won a European silver as a schoolboy. Boxed 15 times for Ireland. So an elite amateur, it would be fair to say, Glenn. Trained by Peter Taylor. He's in his 5th fight now. Peter has trained him ever since his 2nd fight. Turned pro just about 15 months ago when he outpointed Carl Hughes.
Well, he started sprightly enough, got a nice spring in his step, looking to get his shots off. Ryan boxes out the southpaw stance, nice and loose, and he's looking to mean business fairly early on, putting the pressure on behind that southpaw jab. Nice jab, just rocking the head back of Zalatan.
Zalatan has been stopped a few times, but went the distance here with Harley Ben early this month in this very venue, Glenn.
Yeah, it'll be a it's a decent test for Paul Ryan to see exactly how he handles this type of fighter, who is experienced, can be stopped off the better fighters. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get that stoppage and how emphatic he looks. So far, he's doing the right thing. He's just getting himself nice and loose, just starting to get those punches off, working well behind the jab, and there's a lovely right-left. Follow that up to a couple of shots to the body.
He's not scared of varying him as he's switching from head to body. He's shown the first 2.5 minutes, he's shown that already, Glenn.
Well, you'd expect that, you know, excellent amateur pedigree. And he's shown his skills here. And he's just trying to break through the defense of Zeladon, which he did. I mean, the best shot there was the left hand, which he really felt that, the Nicaraguan.
We've got some Paul Ryan fights just to our right here, clapping every shot that's thrown. He's among them Stevie Collins Jr., who manages him.
Yeah, good to see Stevie here. Well, good starting round for Paul Ryan. Nice, relaxed. You know, didn't rush anything. Had a bit of a look at Zeladon, but got some good shots on. I think already, you know, the Nicaraguan's in the corner. Does not look happy after that first round. You know, took some solid shots. He's very angry at himself.
They're picking the towel up pretty angry. He's not happy with something. I don't know what the corner's telling him, or if he was caught with too many shots the first round, or he's just trying to, you know, wind himself up, fire himself up to make a bit more effort. He has won here. He actually he beat the unbeaten Dan Booth. Dan Booth, I think, that's still Dan's only loss. Dan fights for the Central Area title very soon. So Zeladon can win here. You know, and he does get stopped in good company. The only person, when the only person on these visits to Britain to stop him, Mason Cartwright, who recently fought Troy Williamson, gave a great account of himself in a British super welterweight title fight.
Well, already in this round, he's doing the funny walk in there, caught with a good combination of shots. And he started this round very sharp, Paul Ryan. I think he feels there's a weakness in Zeladon that he can find, and he's going about his work. He means business. And this is how to deal with fighters like that.
This is, we were talking about the prospects earlier on, the Swedish prospect Belelia earlier on, but when you throw the jab, he's throwing it with intention, as if he wants the jab to hurt you and stay hurt.
Yeah, all of his punches look like they've got intent. You know, he's serious in there. You know, the difference with Belalia, you know, he looked like he'd come to just get the rounds in and, you know, just look good and all that. It looks different. You know, Paul Ryan looks like, you know, he's trying to get the opponent in front of him out of there, whoever it is. And, you know, that's a good attitude to have.
As you were saying earlier, you know, during the Belalia fight, it's the entertainment business. It's what people want to see.
Absolutely. Lovely. Lovely right southpaw jab, tries it again, lands again. Yeah, and he's looking for these shots to count. You know, he's punch picking, and he's doing that well.
A nasty cut now, left eye of Zeladon.
Well, he's going to be a little more angry at the end of this round, isn't he? He's cut, he's getting hit. Can't get out of the way of these shots.
And he was
big left hand landing.
Pouring into cut now.
Yeah, some distress signals in the last round. I think there'll be a few more at the end of this round. But what I like is Paul Ryan is not getting overly excited. Yeah. He's going about his work very, very professional.
And already, you know, we're just about 2 rounds in. You know, Zeladon will do very well to see the final bell.
Absolutely.
Hurtful puncher, Ryan looks.
I like it because I like him because he looks like he's got authority in his punches, but he's nice and relaxed, and he goes down there. Zeladon with a body shot.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Well, he is hurt in disarray. They waved that They wave it off in the corner. The referee hasn't seen that yet.
The referee saying a punch has caused the there's damage. Didn't see the corner signal. That was enough. And Zeladon, no arguments with the corner there. And I'm not going to blame him. Ryan looks one of those fighters to me, Glenn. When he hits you, you stay hurt for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I liked everything I saw there, to be honest, about Paul Ryan. I like his relaxed style. You know, he's got a very good, solid jab. He throws it with authority. The left hand that he brings, the backhand that he brings through is solid. Puts his shots together well. He's just 23 years of age, but I think, you know, with performances like that, he'll go through the ranks in quick style.
And he looks like he wants to hurt people as well.
He looks like he wants to get the job done. You know, he doesn't look like he's a caged animal.
No, I don't mean like that's what I mean. Hurt people and get the job done.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, he looks like, you know, it's a concentrated, you know, quality effort that he's putting in. You know, he's not just getting wild with his shots or anything. It's all done by the book. It's all done in good style. But, you know, he's got that intent, hasn't he, that you're talking about. Well, he's got the Irish film star good looks as well there, Steve. Very interested to hear what Steve's got to say when we get a chance to speak to Paul Ryan after that very good stoppage. Yeah, an excellent performance from Paul. And I think we'll get the decision now.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of round 2, Alexander Zeldin was retired by his corner. For your winner and still undefeated, Paul Ryan!
Good, solid performance. You'll be very happy with the way he went about that. The very experienced Alexander Zeladon, who's 42 fights. He's been stopped 8 times, but it's decent fighters that's managed to do that. And I think what's impressive is the way that Paul Ryan went about his work from the opening bell. He had a good authority about his work. And what was your overall take on that, Hannah? The way he went about his work and pulled off that good stoppage?
I think it was a great stoppage. And do you know what I mean? I think he actually went through the gears. Like we were talking about in the last fight, he's put his combinations together and just wearing the other guy down. And it was good to see the different set of paces as well. It was a good performance from him.
Yeah, very good performance. Big smile on his face. And he's over now with Steve Lillis, and we'll just see exactly what he made of his own performance.
Paul, congratulations on your latest win. Glenn McCrory on commentary said he liked everything he saw about you tonight. How pleasing was your performance for yourself?
Yeah, very happy. I'm happy to get the stoppage. You know, he was a tough lad. He hasn't been stopped a lot. Fair play for taking it. We've made a lot of offers for this fight. Not a lot of people want it, you know. Eddie Tracy, I know you're watching this, so we can run that for the Celtic title if you want. 8 rounds, we'll do that, no problem.
You're ready to step up, right? And
I'm ready to go tomorrow. Let's go. Let's go.
You have a look in there that you want to hurt people with every punch. Is that a fair assessment?
100%. I want them out as quick as possible. You don't get paid for overtime, you know. They want to hurt them with every shot. I want to make them feel it.
Bringing your manager, Steve Collins Jr., for a familiar face. Steve, you told me beforehand how good Paul was. Tell the viewers what you would say about how good this young man is.
Special. The only problem I have is matching him. Nobody wants to smoke this, Paul will tell you. The kid's got power on both hands. He opened up on him, he'll expose you. I can't say enough of good things about him. The kid's got it. This is the reason I'm with him. Can't say much.
We're going to see plenty more of you now boxing in England.
I want at least 2 more before the year's out. I want that Celtic title, like I said. 8 round ready. It's not a step up for me, it's a step up for everyone else, you know.
Well, you want 2 fights before the end of the year. Promoters just turned up. Can you give him 2 fights before the end of the year, Dennis Hobson?
I don't mind gate crashing this party. My good friend, his dad, Steve Collins, they know quality when they see it. He knows what he's looking at. He said, have a look at my kid tonight. I need to have a talk with Stephen. I think we can do a lot with this fella. He's got charisma, he's got a fantastic frame, he's got pedigree, and he excites me. And that's what the game's all about. He's got all the ingredients, and I'd love to be involved with the kid.
Thanks very much. And the final word with you, Paul.
No, thanks for having me. Thanks for tuning in. Any 154 pounder can get it. Whoever wants to sign up, and I'm going to knock it out.
Back to you, Glenn.
Well, there's the warning for any 154-pounder. A very good performance and a real character. Very likeable Paul Ryan. And, great to see Dennis Hobson getting in there, because Dennis is the man. He can guide careers and he can get fighters world title fights. And I think he liked what he saw.
He did, yeah, and I can understand that. Definitely. He put on a good show tonight. It was great to watch.
Excellent. Well, on with our next. Well, just waiting for Ricky Wright. You can see. I think there's a little delay backstage with the fighters getting ready. So just hang about. We'll get a little more opinion from the lovely Hannah Rankin, world champion. Oh, it's a pleasure to be alongside Hannah. Tell me a little bit more about Paul Ryan and how far you think he can go. 23 years of age, obviously a good talent.
Absolutely, and what I really liked there was his character. It really came out, like you said, a bit of a character, and he's confident in himself, and he obviously works hard in the gym, and he's got great backing, great support from his corner team and his management team. So, I think there's quite a lot of exciting fights in the pipeline for him. Like you said, 154, it's a great weight. It's my weight, so it's one I like to watch.
Stay away. You don't want. He's not ready for you yet, Hannah. Well, still waiting for the next fight, but that will be with you very soon. Amir Kanyan versus Octavian Gratil, and good fighter, Aram. 14 fights, 13 wins, just one loss. So, good to see what he brings to the table. That'll be coming up very soon. He takes on Octavian Gratil, the Romanian.
He was out last weekend in Newcastle, and we met him in London and took him up there. So he's a character as well. It was an interesting fight, though. It was a technical draw because his opponent, Darren Surtees, had an unfortunate... he dislocated his knee in the fight. So it was a very unfortunate accident. So I'm sure he'll be looking forward to getting out again tonight.
Well, Amir Kanyan, not boxed since 2020. KO'd Denander Gibson in 3 rounds in California. So this is his British debut for the Southpaw. And you want to glut the international belts when appointing Kushin Baisangurov. And this is only his 3rd fight since.
Great to see the hall so busy. Good atmosphere tonight.
Yeah, good hall here in Civic Hall in Grays in Essex. Waiting for a couple of big fights we've got for you this evening. And I'm excited about the fight at my old weight. I'm slightly above that, to tell the truth.
No, you're not.
Yeah, you know what? I think I am, actually, but we got Ian Martell in action, and really looking forward to see what he can do, because big things are expected of Ian, but this is a step up.
First big
Watkins.
test. Yeah, definitely.
And it's always slightly nerve-wracking, but very interesting to see how fighters like Ian, are going to handle, when
Pressure,
all of a sudden they get a bit of pressure, when the fighter stays up, when it starts to get hard. But he's 11 fights, 11 wins, 5 KOs. But this is his, as you said, Han, this is his step up in class. We're gonna, we expect a lot from Ian. I think, you think he's going to win titles. got his chance for an English title this evening, but that's going to propel him all of the sudden heads above the parapet, and he's open for the big boys then.
To be fair though, as a fighter, these are the nights you wait for. You know, you can't wait to get in there for your first big major title. You know, it always gives you that little extra buzz. It always gives me that extra buzz. You know, every time you level up, and yeah, I'm sure they're both really excited about this. Luke Watkins, very experienced fighter, been in with a little bit more of an experienced opposition, I would say. And I think this is a great matchup, really.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think I'm looking forward to that, and the ladies in action. And you might know a little bit more about that, Hannah. Nina Hughes versus Tycee Gallagher, both undefeated. Won both of her 2 fights. Nina Hughes, Tycee Gallagher won all 4 of her 4 fights. So you know, it's a good top of the bill, and we'll see whose O is gonna go.
Absolutely. I think it's a good matchup between the two of them. A bit more experience coming from Tycee in the pro ranks, but I think the pair of them match up really, really well. Just like delay going on at the moment just now.
Yeah, I think they might be just waiting for the doctor to take his seat ringside. Obviously, everything has to be in order medically before we can go ahead. So the action will resume shortly. Boxing board of control are sticklers, and rightly so, Hannah. Safety is, you know, at the end of the day, it's sport, but you know, it's a combat sport, and you know, boxers' safety is foremost.
I just want to let you know the reason we are currently being delayed is because the doctors are currently busy downstairs stitching up the boxer from the previous bout. As soon as that is finished, we will get the next bout underway. Thank you for your patience.
So there's a slight delay with the doctor is stitching up the previous opponent. So now we're going to head over to Steve Lillis.
With me now, we've got a short delay. Promoter Dennis Hobson and another promoter, Stephen Ball, who's made I think he's coming from Malta just to see us tonight. But nice to see you again, Stephen. Start with you, Dennis. What have we got coming up on Fight Zone? You can tell us a bit about the programme in the second half of the year.
Well, we don't usually get, you know, in the holiday season, we don't usually get that many shows in August. We've got August the 26th. Stephen and myself are co-promoting a show. We've got a Commonwealth title, the first Commonwealth title at Light Fly between Matt Windle and pronounced the Bielsa. It's going to be a cracking fight, and hopefully it's going to be something that brings more and more subscriptions back to Fight Zone. We've got Perry out there, you know, the self-publicist who's always entertaining. It brings a great crowd, brings a great atmosphere. So we just keep rolling, and we're going to keep producing good kids. You've seen 1 or 2 kids in view tonight, and we'll unleash and born quite a few future stars on this channel, and it will continue to have that. And I think that's where we sit, Steve. Fight Zone will be the apprentice sort of channel where we've born the kids of the future, and we take them all the way up to world titles, and then if we have to do some bigger co-promotions, that's what we're going to do. And with allies like Stephen Bourne here, we can travel the world. Malta, Gibraltar, we've got a show in Thailand in November, which is going to be an exciting one, so you better get your passport all up to date, and we're going on an excursion, so exciting times.
Finally, Steve, when are we going to Malta, to one of your grand shows there?
Well, obviously we done the one this time last year, and we're hoping to get out there this year, probably towards the back end of the year, I'd imagine, yeah.
Brilliant. Like I say, we'll speak to you guys again later, but for now, back to Glenn. Thank you.
IMC.
Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome your first boxer into the ring. From Bulgaria, Octavian Guratti.
Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Big up the crew in the area. Still living like that. No, we don't die. Yes, we multiply. Anyone press will hear the fat lady sing. Act like you know, Rico. I know what both you know. Touch them up and go. Oh, cha-cha-ching-ching. Here come the hot stepper.
And now would you please welcome his opponent, born in Armenia, now fighting out of California, USA, Aram Amirkhanyan.
Can't stop, addicted to the shindig. Chop top, it says I'm gonna win big. Choose not a life of imitation. Just get closer to the reservation. Deep funk the pistol that you pay for. This pump the feeling that you stay for.
Ladies and gentlemen, live from Essex, exclusive on Fight Zone. Lee Eaton, in association with Dennis Hobson, present 8 3-minute rounds in the Super Welterweight division. Sponsored by JJ Crump & Sons, Agila Lounge, Empire Pro Tape and Boxing Marketing Services. Your timekeeper Ashley McGill and your referee Chaz Coakley. Introducing first in the red corner, wearing the black shorts, weighing in at 10 stone, 10 pounds and 8 ounces. Tonight he enters the ring for the 25th time from Bulgaria, Octavian Guratti. And his opponent in the blue corner, wearing the black shorts, weighing in at 10 stone, 12 pounds. He is undefeated with a record of 13 wins and 1 draw. 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Born in Armenia, now fighting out of California, USA, Aram Amirkhanyan.
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, a good opportunity to get a look at the Armenian Aram Amirkhanyan, who's undefeated in 14 fights, boxing out of the USA these days. This is his British debut, southpaw. Well, good fighter in with Octavian Guratti from Romania, who was in action, you said, last week.
Yeah, he was. He was up at the Fight Zone show in Newcastle. He was fighting Darren Surtees, who unfortunately dislocated his knee. So the fight was a technical draw. Hopefully Darren is recovering well.
Well, there's a bit of a height disparity. And Amirkhanyan just trying to lift his opponent up there. So what did you learn from the fight last week with Guratti? What sort of opponent is he?
He's aggressive, he'll come forward, and he switches his stance quite comfortably. He's quite stocky, quite solid, so I think Amirkhanyan, you have to be careful of those shots coming over the top, because he's quite tall.
Do you think height and reach will play its part in this one? Amirkhanyan, quite a significant advantage in that respect.
I'd like to think so, but Guratti can be quite explosive in coming forward. So I think Amir Khan will have to make good use of that jab, stop him coming in.
Well, already we're seeing that. He's a little awkward, isn't he? Gratil comes in quite low, trying to get underneath the punches of Amir Khan. No one really established themselves in this opening round so far.
There's always that danger of when you're punching down, there's someone, those shots coming over the top.
Yeah, he's just, Amir Khan just not getting his shots off. He's just not finding the range quite yet. He's just prodding away with that southpaw jab, just to try and find the range, but Gratil keeps changing his height, changing his direction. Goes forward, then goes backwards. Lands with a left, and he's just making it awkward for Amir Khan.
Yeah, he's not being able to get into his own rhythm, is he?
Well, last 10 seconds. And did a little bit more with the jab, Amir Khan, but a quiet opening round.
Yeah.
Well, we're seeing double jab, straight left, southpaw Amir Khan.
Yeah.
He's got to use that height and reach to his advantage, Hannah, you'd think.
Absolutely. You can't have Gratil just coming in, like, you know, barreling his way in and getting inside, because that's where he wants to be. You know, he's going to be much more comfortable, not at the end of those punches.
Also, you know, you'd be looking for him to bring his punches up from, you know, from that position, wouldn't you? You'd be looking, you know, the uppercuts will make a difference.
Absolutely. I think Gratil's doing the right thing, you know, starting to always put a little bit of the pressure on, switching his stance as well, just keeping Amir Khan guessing.
Well, round 2 of an 8-rounder. Amir Khan did a little bit more with the jab, straight shots in the opening round to clinch that one on Hannah's scorecard. Now what can Gratil do? He's looking to be a little bit more aggressive in this round.
Mouthpiece out there.
Well, waits for the mouthpiece to be cleaned. Often you see the fighters just pick it up and stick it in.
Yeah.
Don't you? So eager to get on with it. Doesn't matter what's been in the ring beforehand.
Always makes you feel a bit grim. So this is better from Amir Khan, just keeping Gratil at range. Good uppercut there. Like you say, he's trying to bring those shots up now.
Yeah, he's got to try and just switch it up a little bit. Gratil getting aggressive. Very experienced Octavian Gratil from Romania, who looks in shape. He's a journeyman, you know, he loses fights, but he looks as if he takes good care of himself.
Last week when he was up in Newcastle, I was chatting to him. Actually, he'd just come back from holiday in Italy.
Really?
Yeah, with his wife. So
Good preparation.
Absolutely, been enjoying the sun, and but yeah, no, he's always in shape. He works hard in the gym, you know. So don't expect anything less, really.
You don't expect anything less being on holiday with his wife before the fight?
No, wow.
Or his condition?
No, he was training out there whilst he was there.
Right.
He's just enjoying a bit of sun as well, to be honest.
Well, he's in good shape, so he hasn't been taking any shortcuts.
No.
Well, he's just struggling, American. Just not getting his shots off very well, is he? You know, he's getting involved in a little bit of a maunt.
Yeah.
Becoming a little ugly, this fight. It's better from American. Solid left hand there.
Cleaner work there from American again.
Yeah, it's a little messy. It's not gelling as yet. He's not getting his shots off right. He's doing more. American. You know, he's trying. He knows what he's got to try and what he's going to try and do. Just about, you know, finding the right gears and also, you know, just finding the range right.
Yeah.
You know, it's difficult. You know, when you get an opponent and people think it's just going to be easy. Shots are just going to land straight away. And you know they don't realize that it's hard to get the timing right to connect with the shots, to put your combination together. You practice long and hard hours and hours and hours to try and get that right. And in fights sometimes it just doesn't work.
Round 3.
But you can see how Gratil will, you know, his style is unorthodox. You know, he's small and he makes himself a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
So you can see how he gives fighters problems. Lands with the right hand, Gratil inside. Still waiting to see some uppercuts. You know, as Gratil comes in, you want to see American, you know, look to let that left hand, you know, bring it up the middle.
I think as well, I think, you know, with that jab, you could just do a little bit more of a solid jab instead of pawing with it. Because I know he's trying to get the range to set something else up, but I think if he was to have a bit more of a dominant jab, it would stop Gratil coming forward quite so easily, you know.
But one of the mistakes a lot of fighters make is, you know, you've got an opponent who moves his head, you know, the head, you know, you're trained to constantly move the head, and fighters aim their jab for the head. Well, you know, aim for the chest.
Yeah.
Aim for the top of the chest, I'd say to fighters.
Bigger
because
target.
It's bigger target.
Yeah.
And if, you know, fighters are, what are you told? You're told to keep the chin down on the chest.
Yep.
So if you aim for the top of the chest, you're going to hit the chin.
Absolutely.
Little tip there.
Thanks, Wagner.
Well, Gratil trying to maraud forward, looking for his openings. They're not really coming so far. Find it difficult to get past the jab of American.
Good straight right to the body there. Doesn't seem to bother American much.
Yeah, a little bit too messy. Not really gelling the styles. Southpaw orthodox. Yeah, needs to try that with a little bit more fire in it.
Yeah.
You know, that's something that you really got to let go, that left uppercut.
It's a good idea. Hopefully we'll see more of it in the next round.
Well, trying to find an angle to get his shots off. Gratil, but not really finding any getting through effectively. Kanyan doing a little bit more on the outside and trying a few things, trying the uppercut occasionally, but success not really from him either. So this fight hasn't really caught light yet.
No.
But I'm sure often when fighters start to tire, that's when they leave themselves open.
Yeah,
you
that's
might
what
see
we start
Amir
seeing.
Kanyan starting to land with a bit more authority then.
Yep.
Second round, round 4.
That's better from Amir Kanyan, nice and straight, a little bit more power in those shots. You've got to throw, you said that earlier on, you'd like to see him throw with a bit more authority with that jab, and he's starting to do that now. That's better as well from the body. He's had a bit of a riot at red to him in the corner, Amir Kanyan. Been a little bit lazy in this fight, hasn't he?
Yeah. I think he's starting to, he started this round here using his jab a lot more little feints before he got going, some nice straight punches, and like you said, down to the body as well. So hopefully we'll see a little bit more of that.
That's better. That was a solid right hand there.
Grasso felt that one.
And the little short uppercut as well. Now he's starting to get some decent shots in. Amir Kanyan. Oh, good left hand there through the middle. Suddenly he's come alive a bit. Yeah, now he's getting serious. That was a good left uppercut.
Yep.
See the difference in him this round.
Yeah. Maybe like you said, there was a little chat in the corner.
Yeah, well, I think they needed to be, didn't they?
Yeah.
And the corner need to wake their man up.
Using his size advantage a lot better now.
But he's got to keep that good work going on. He's
lovely,
doing
there
that.
we
Right uppercut, straight left hand from Amir Kanyan. And now we're seeing control from the Armenian. Traveling man. Based himself in America for a while, and now he's fighting out of here. British debut. Yeah, turning his man now. Takes a little right hand from Gratil, who's definitely a trier, isn't he? Look, he's trying to pick up the pace.
Keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, credit to Gratil. He's took a few hard shots in this round. There's a little bit of spite coming in from Amir Kanyan.
There's definitely been a change there. Hopefully we'll see some more of the good uppercuts.
Yeah, nice left hook there.
Yeah.
That got the attention of Gratil. Well, still at times getting tangled up and can be messy, but that was the best round so far from Amir Kanyan. And I think he's maybe struggling to get himself motivated. He certainly looks that way. Looks like the corner, trying to give him a little slap, trying to get him fired up a little bit.
Round 5.
Also, it's very, very hot conditions under those lights in a sweltering room.
Good use of the jab there. don't think people realise how hot it is under those lights. Especially when it's hot outside as well and the room's heating up as well. Can take quite a lot out of you.
Well, it's hard enough in normal conditions, but on a very hot occasion like today and this evening under those lights, takes a lot out of you. But he's certainly becoming the boss in there, isn't he? Amir Khan. Trying to make it competitive though. Octavian Gratil. Oh, and that was a solid left-hand gum shield come flying out there of Gratil. Well, I think he'll not be complaining about that. Referee not happy either. That maybe just biding a little bit of time there. Gratil.
Second time this fight, so
yeah,
you have to be careful with that. I don't think it was anything unintentional on his part. I think that was a good shot landed by Amaghanyan.
Landing with his own right hand there, just saw the sweat spray off the head of Amir Khan. But needs to work a little bit more, Amir Khan. Looking to take little rests when he can.
Yeah, he's allowing Gratil to lean on him, you know, and he's pushing back, which is very tiring when you're doing that all the time, you know. He could make some more space for himself, stop him coming in so much. It's easier said than done, I must admit.
Yeah, he's a tricky opponent, Octavian Gratil. Giving away considerable height in there.
Nice right hook there from Amaghanyan.
Just got to try and get his hands free a little bit more. Amir Khan. But landed with some solid shots. I mean, he's winning the rounds, Amir Khan. I mean, he's making it competitive. He's making the fight of it, Gratil.
It's an 8-rounder, this one, isn't it?
Yep, certainly is. Trying to work to the head-on body there, Amir Khan, but blocking the shot, Gratil. Well, Gratil has to try and get in this fight. The rounds are slipping away, certainly on my card. I don't know how you have it.
No, I agree.
Seconds out, round 6.
Well, referee just having Chaz Coakley just having a little word. I'd say stop, he'd be saying stop and holding a little bit, and let's try and make a cleaner fight of this.
Try and box a bit more.
Yeah.
You can understand why. There's been a lot of close holding and wrestling.
And now on the back foot, circling the ring, Gratil. Well, it's down to Amir Khan to really start, you know, putting on the pressure now, trying to look for that, looking for that stoppage.
Yeah.
Just 4 KOs in 14 fights.
He's using.
Oh, caught with 2 good right hands there from Gratil. And that's what, you know, made the pay for trying to stay inside with a smaller man.
Yep.
You know, where he needs to get Gratil on the end of those long shots.
I was going to say this sort of range is much better for Amir Khan, you know, keeping it long. But then as soon as Gratil gets inside, then you can land to that right hook again.
Yeah, and I mean that's buoyed Gratil a little bit, hasn't it? That success with the right hand. Well, is the tide just starting to change a little bit? Gratil getting a little bit of confidence. 3 good, solid shots landing there.
Again, with finding a space for that right hand. Not a damaging shot, but
Slight change in the plot, it seems. Just not as much success for Amir Khan, more for Gratil.
he seems pretty happy with that round.
Yeah, that was certainly better, wasn't it, from Gratil? Scored some eye-catching punches in there. Just changed a little bit the success. He's struggling a little bit, Amir Khan. I think that he's a little bit tired. He's looking to hang on in this round, and he, for me, lost that round.
Yeah, me too.
He just went to sleep a little bit, let Amir Khan get off with some decent shots, and he had a bit more success. And you obviously saw it. He felt that himself when he came back to the corner. He was smiling. Not smiling as much there though.
No.
A little bit more thoughtful. Well, what can he salvage? Long way behind on my card.
Yeah, I mean, you need to have a knockdown.
Oh, very much so. Yeah, he's a long way behind.
Yeah.
I've only given Gratil 1 round of the 6th gone before. Final 2 rounds of this. Amir Khan, and he's trying to make a base somewhere, whether that's the US or whether that's here. To do that in the fight game, you got to be exciting. You got to, you've got to, as an away fighter, as a foreigner coming to a different country, he's got to be something special to get the fans, be it if it's America or the UK. And have you seen anything to do that?
It's been a few minutes in each of the round, like a minute in each of the round, where I've seen some really lovely stuff from him. But it's like he hasn't got the gas tank to go.
No. And
to show it some more.
Yeah.
If that's anything. And yeah, there's a warning from the ref there for Gratil with the gum shield. That's the 3rd time out this fight.
Ooh. 2 good shots. That was impressive. In small little cameos, and they are small little cameos, you take a deep breath and go, oh.
That was lovely.
When he throws something nice, but small cameos.
It's like little pieces that shine through, but then he doesn't manage to maintain it for the round or build on it. I don't know whether we should give Gratil the you know, the props for that, for ruining, you know, the rhythm and stuff of Americanian and just making it more his fight.
So decent uppercut and left hook from Americanian. Takes a right hand though. Complaining a little bit of his jaw there, Gratil.
He's taken a few big punches and
yeah. And you sense that Americanian is a strong, sort of raw-boned fighter, rather than a terrific puncher, but I think he looks physically strong. Well, back in control in that round, Americanian.
Yeah.
Landed some crunching, hard punches. You know, he just sort of gripped the canvas a little bit. You know, embedded his legs in there and just tried to bring some power up through the legs.
Last round coming up.
Seconds out, 8 and final round.
With the meat in that left hand, finally showing a bit of power. Looking like he's going for it in this last round. Takes a right hand back from Gratil though. Still a little bit left in him.
It was interesting there to see that, you know, he started to bring a bit more fire. So Gratil started up placing as well, bring back his own shots. So, yeah, this has been a good competition between the two, but Americanian has landed the cleaner, more eye-catching shots.
Well, it was a good start to the Roman. Now he's just shut up shop again. Americanian. Well, now back to a little bit of a tangle. Both men trying to work inside, not a lot of good work. Well, Gratil just trying to bide for time. You sense Hannah get through, he's grabbing inside, he's trying to tie Americanian up when he can, just to let the seconds tick by.
Yeah. That was nice.
He's a little bit hurt there, you sense.
Yeah.
Gratil didn't pounce though. Well, he's got 20 seconds. Screaming at him in the corner of Americanian to get some urgency, but he doesn't. And I think Gratil will see this fight out.
And Gratil picks up his gum shield as well, which is on the far side of the ring there.
Well, he struggled at times to impress Amir Khanyan. I mean, he did. I was certainly on my card, Hannah. You can tell me what you saw of it in a minute, but I thought, you know, comfortable enough. Amir Khanyan.
Yeah.
Without impressing, it wasn't something that you thought when we're going to see him next.
No, like you said, there were flashes of really exciting combination work and just like nice punch picking, but then that wasn't maintained throughout the round, so it wasn't easy to get super excited to wait to see what's going to happen next. So I think, like you said, he looked a little bit flat.
Yeah, well, Gratil, you know, he's lost 27 of his 38 fights, so someone like, you know, an undefeated like Amir Khanyan, you'd expect to do a little bit better with someone of that caliber. So for me, laboured a little bit, but we'll get the decision any moment now from Ricky Wright.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Chaz Coakley scores the bout 80-72 for your winner and still undefeated, Aram Amir Khanyan.
Well, pretty much as we thought.
Yep.
A big winner, Amir Khanyan. You know, gets over another journeyman, but I think, you know, if he was my fight, I'd be looking to step him up, to put him in something competitive now, to see exactly what's in there. You know, often it's hard when you're in with a journeyman because, you know, the tough kids, they know how to survive. It's a little bit of a hiding to nothing. You know, you expected the win.
Yeah.
And yet the guys are tough and durable and, you know, hard to look good against.
Yeah, I always feel like you get the best out of a fighter when they're in there against someone else who's coming to really win and to really push them, you know, like really competitive fights, like, you know, and he definitely needs that now, the level he's at. He needs to get in there for that step-up fight, which is going to really get him on his toes, push him, and excite him as well, you know?
Yeah, well, that's, you know, that's his 15th fight. You know, we come through it, you know he's better, a lot better than that level, so it's kind of, you know, why keep padding the record?
Yeah.
You know, when you can get them in decent competitive fights, and that's what you need. But we'll see how good his English is, or how good Steve Lillis's Armenian is, as we're over to him now.
Aaron, congratulations on your latest win. You're still unbeaten. How did you feel after 2.5 years out of the ring?
Well, it's hard a little bit, first of all, to come again in good shape, make the weight, you know, lose enough, and gain again after. It's hard, but hopefully it wasn't perfect, but it was not bad for that time inactivity.
You feel it was a case of just too big and too strong for your opponent?
One more time?
Were you just too big and too strong for your opponent?
Me?
Yes, too big.
No. I'm not the biggest one in the division. Yeah. But in welterweight, where should I fight? Yeah, I'm one of the biggest.
Yeah. And just tell us how you ended up boxing in Britain. Are you going to base yourself here now?
Well, it's different now. I was in last 2 years in Los Angeles. Last 6 months I'm in London. So now we'll see where is the opportunity fight. Better fight, there will be higher. Keep it correct.
Well, congratulations and all the best for the rest of your career.
Thank you very much, you too. Good luck.
Back to you, Glenn.
Well, I think, you know, it's you know, the reality is he's been inactive, you know, since 2020. So it's been out of the ring a long time. So I think mainly he just wanted the activity, get himself back in there. And I think that inactivity showed.
Yeah. Definitely, like you said, he's not been in the ring for a while, and he even said himself, I felt tired, you know, making the weight, doing everything again. So, yeah, you know, it's always that sort of first one back after the layoff, especially a lot of fighters had that after the pandemic. So, yeah, he'll be glad to get that one out of the way, and then I think he'll be looking to push on.
And I mean that's not like it's not like a layoff. It's like a retirement, isn't it? It's like starting all over again when it's a couple of years out of the ring. That's a huge chunk. You know, and also the fact of during the pandemic, so many fighters didn't know when they were going to come back.
Welcome your first fighter into the ring from Barling, Justin the Genie Menzies.
Look, if you had one shot or one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it? Just let it slip. Yo.
His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti, he's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud, he opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's choking how? Everybody's choking now. The clock's run out, time's up, over, plow, snap.
And now please welcome his opponent from Basildon, Inder Singh Passi.
Mercy.
Live from Essex, exclusive on Fight Zone, Lee Eaton in association with Dennis Hobson present 6 3-minute rounds in the Super Welterweight division. Sponsored by JJ Crump and Son, Agila Lounge, Empire Pro Tape and Boxing Marketing Services. Your timekeeper, Mr. Nick White, and your referee, Sean McAvoy. Introducing first in the red corner, wearing the black and blue shorts, weighing in at 10 stone 11 pounds, his record 5 wins, 9 defeats and 1 draw. From Barling, Justin the Genie Menzies. And his opponent in the blue corner, wearing the black shorts, weighing in at 10 stone 10 pounds, his record 6 wins and 1 defeat. From Basildon, Inder Singh Passi.
Well, a chance to see Inder Singh Passi at work against Justin Menzies. Singh with a good record, just 1 loss in 7 fights.
that loss against Jack Martin back in 2020. Another unbeaten fighter, but he's won 4 fights on the spin, all on points since then. His
first comes in here where bags of confidence, Steve.
Yeah, and a lot of fans as well. I was speaking to him last week. He sold 150 tickets, but it's less than usual for him. There was a big family wedding tomorrow, and also some of his friends are on holiday this week as well. So 150 tickets is pretty good, but not as good as usual for him.
No, well, that's good. It's good that he's a ticket seller. Now it's all about making them fans happy. And he's started off on the front foot, looking to take the fight to Menzies. Crowd reacting to that.
Menzies covering up well there. Menzies has been stopped 4 times in his 9 defeats. And he lost in a round to Pat McCormack, man from up your part of the world.
Yep, very good prospect, Pat McCormack.
Pat was making his debut. I think he's fighting somewhere tonight, isn't he?
I think he is. Good luck to him. Josh Kelly as well. Bit biased about my Northeast fighters. I don't know if it comes through.
There's some good fighters up there at the moment, but so there should be a lot of good fighters from that area.
Well, this is a good start to the round from Inder Singh Bassi. Getting about his work. Good concentration. Oh, big swing. Missing there with that one. Just needs to relax into this opening round. Get the shots off. Good work there from Bassi. Got Menzies under fire. His supporters loving that.
Good work there, but Menzies covers up well, doesn't he? Hard to pierce that guard of Eason.
Well, he'll be happy enough in the Bassi corner with that opening round. Menzies won 5 of 15.
Had a stop-start career, Menzies. Turned pro November 2013, had a couple of long layoffs, and this only his 15th fight. 39 years of age now. He's 39. Was you retired, Glenn? Was it 26, 27 when you...
Yep, 26. 25 when I retired. 25. Had to come back. Ill-fated, attempted the Lennox Lewis's crowd, but yeah, all happened a bit too early for me.
Yeah.
World champ at 24. Fell out of love with the business a little bit.
And there's Inder Bassi at 25, trying to make his way and become the first Briton of Indian heritage to win a British title, I think, since Harry Dami, who was also a welterweight in the early 2000s. Boxer from Gillingham, you may well have covered.
I did.
Glenn.
I did 20 years ago. Yeah. think this is my 5th decade, so, which makes me sound a lot older than I actually am, I think.
Hey,
Does it?
You're as young as you feel, and that shirt's young tonight, I tell you. That's very young. Bit scrappier this round.
Yeah, I think, you know, he's got the fans. He has a bit of nerves, and he's a little bit tight with his work. Bassi, you know, that can often be a problem, trying too hard. Got through with a couple of shots there, though.
Menzies had a little bit more success this round, but still nowhere near done enough to win it. That southpaw jab has landed 2 or 3 times. He's flicking that out. Not unduly troubling in Bassi.
Yeah, it's starting to put a few more punches together, though, Bassi. Well, saying it.
Crowd unhappy there. Menzies claiming he was fouled low. Bassi didn't agree with referee Sean McAvoy, nor did Bassi's corner.
But he did the right thing, Menzies, and yeah, whether it was right or not, he opted for the low bomb, got a reprieve.
Yeah.
But scrappy at times from Bassi, but doing the better work, getting some combinations together, getting Menzies ruffled at times. Menzies thinking about defense a lot in there.
Quite awkward, isn't he?
Yeah, he scored with a little jab there and then almost fell out the way. Oh, wild left hand there from Menzies. He's got to do a little better than that to connect to the chin of Bassi.
See why Bassi's aiming for the body quite a bit. He's finding it hard to break through that guard.
Well, he's given Bassi a few tests, Menzies, isn't he? It's going to be interesting to see how he copes. Menzies a little bit erratic, defensive, throws wild punches. So this is sort of opponent that makes an opponent think a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I suppose that's what he's in for. He's in there to learn Bassi a little bit.
He throws in wild punches, and before they've missed, he's so far out of range, you need to...
Well, he's catching Menzies.
Menzies starting to fancy it a little bit more the last minute or so.
Well, it takes a good solid jab there for his trouble. complaining again. Justin Menzies. Crowd unhappy. Well, point deduction.
That time there's
For
those
the low blow.
Menzies taking his time, get him back into action. So I think you're allowed up to 5 minutes, aren't you, Glenn?
Well, he's trying to take as much time as he can. Gumshield came out as well there.
In the Bass, he's certainly got to be more than careful now. He's lost the points here. He was warned earlier on in the fight. He can't afford any more infringements, Glenn.
No, I mean, he's very keen. He wants to impress, but you know, he's got to go about his work right. You know, this is a job he can win well. You know, don't be too over eager.
I can see why you get frustrated against somebody like Justin Menzies, though.
Yeah, but you know, boxing's all about, you know, calm and controlled aggression. And you know, this is something that he's got to learn, you know, against an opponent like this.
Hard fight for Sean McAvoy to referee this one.
So there, wild swing. I mean, he was a swing and a prayer there, but then comes back in a cocky little right jab from Justin Menzies, who's very unorthodox. You know, and he's given Inder Singh Bassi his problems, and notably in that round when Bassi lost a point for hitting low, and got to be a little bit careful, as you say, Steve.
And if Menzies does get hit low, even if he's touched low, you can be certain now he's going to let the referee know in no uncertain terms.
Pretty much. Yep. Yeah, he's going to make a lot of it, isn't he? I mean, he'd be looking to do that, I would think. Two left hands to come out with from Menzies. Come out with a bit of confidence. Fourth round, schedule 6.
Menzies again claiming he's punched low, but referee having none of it. Getting ill-tempered now. Menzies there swore at Bassi.
Yeah, frustration is coming in. 3 right hands from Bassi, taking his frustrations out on Menzies. Good right hand at the end of that volley of punches from Bassi. Oh, nice sharp left hand. That got the attention of Menzies, who's covering up now.
He was hurt by that punch. You could see behind the guard his face wincing. First time he has been hurt in this fight, though, I think.
Yeah, a little bit theatricals as well to try and disguise that, but he's under pressure now. starting to put a little bit more power into his punches in the Singbasi.
This in the Bassi's best round without a doubt, although he's been dominant for much of the fight.
Well, holding on for dear life there, Menzie. Much better round for Bassi there. Started to get some authority in his punches. And covering up an awful lot, Menzie. Hurt a few times, one significantly though.
Yeah, in the neutral corner. We're side on for that, and you could see the way he screwed his face up when the shot landed. There it is there, he froze momentarily and then got backed up in the neutral corner, and it took him a few seconds before he recovered himself, but sensible enough to keep his that high guard still, making sure no further damage could be done by Bassi. Who's aiming for win number 7.
Yeah, big right hand, just pushing Menzie's back there. Bit more authority in his punches now, Bassi.
Since he had that point deducted, he's kept his shape, Bassi, a lot better, hasn't he? And
yeah, he's been a bit more controlled, but he's had to be, hasn't he, really?
chance of Bassi on the far side of the arena.
Yeah, it's getting them motivated a little bit.
We're looking around us. It's not far off a capacity crowd in here now.
Well, two good fights to look forward to. And I'm especially looking forward to Ian Martell, Luke Watkins. That's going to be quality.
And, you know, it isn't just an English title. The winner is certain to be in the British title shake-up.
Well, more pressure from Bassi.
Referee telling Bassi to keep his punches up. He certainly caught Menzie low then, but Menzie didn't make a fuss of it. All credit to him.
Well, gritting his teeth now. Bassi takes a couple of shots there from Menzie. Menzie's. Well, gets through another round, Justin Menzies. But it's Bassi. Gets the points. And doing everything he can to get out of the way of punches there. So a better round from Inder Singh Bassi.
Yes, the last 2 rounds have been a lot better, and here we go for the final 3 minutes.
Well, touch gloves for the 6th and final round. And a big lead for Bassi. Lost a point though, hasn't all gone to plan. What would you like to see from Bassi next? I'm sure you're going to ask him that, Steve.
You know what? I think now he's shown before he'll take on unbeaten fighters. Move up a little bit. You know, someone who's going to ask a few more questions, more than just be awkward.
Definitely.
That's what I'd like to see him. Someone, you know, I think he can move up to have another 6 round and into 8 round and get tested. And you know, someone like him within 8-9 should be looking at Southern area titles.
Definitely. Well, he's, I mean, just 25 years of age, so there's plenty of time for him. Good right hand. Shakes his head. Menzie.
Slight graze under Bassi's right eye now. Awkward as he is, Menzie certainly isn't the worst roadman, so to speak, journeyman.
No, very much so, and I think, you know, his awkwardness that lends to his problems.
Yeah.
You know, difficult to hit. You know, a little bag of tricks. He's constantly moving away, almost turning his back.
Yeah. Say a little bag of tricks on the back of his shorts. He calls himself the genie.
Well, he'll need a bit of magic to get a win here, but, you know, he's accounted for himself well.
There's a little doubt Bassi's won, but he has had to work for his win. It hasn't been a, you know, although the scorecard may mark it wide, is it something he's had to work for and earn? The last 30 seconds, chance of Bassi from his 150 fans.
Well, last few seconds of a difficult night for Inder Singh Bassi, but a one I'm sure he'll come through.
No exchange from either of no hugs at the end there. Hopefully they will embrace it in a minute, but I don't think there was too much love lost in that fight.
No, they, you know, lost tempers at times. It's a little bit frustrating. Got hit low a few times, Menzies. So I think Bassi will be happy that one's over, Steve. I think Bassi will be happy that one's over.
Yeah, it will be. That was ill-tempered, and I think at the final bell when there's very few exchanges between the two fighters.
Well, stay tuned for a couple of big fights in Martell. Luke Watkins, English title, and then Nina Hughes, Gallagher. And a great encounter, two unbeaten fighters. Commonwealth title at stake.
6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecard. Chaz Coakley has it 59-56. For your winner, Hinder Singh Bassi.
Well, 59-56, so referee give Menzies a couple of shared rounds and took a point off, so Bassi never lost the round, drew a couple and, you know, sorry, lost one round with the round he lost the penalty for, but a messy affair.
Yeah, quite a messy affair and never really got going. But yeah, I think both fighters equally frustrated, actually, watching that. So you'll have to see what...
Well, interesting to see what Hinder Singh Bassi has to say about a frustrating performance. And Steve Lillis is with him now.
Hinder, a bit of a bad-tempered fight, and there didn't seem too much love lost between the pair of you at the end.
Yeah, he's a tough guy. He brought his A game, but I showed, like, you know, a good chin, a good fitness. But his boxing, do you know what I mean? We're friends in the out the ring, but in the ring we don't like each other.
I didn't think you liked each other afterwards, the way you were at the end there.
It's part of the game. It is what it is. No hard feeling, nothing personal, just business.
On commentary there, we seem to think that you got your boxing really together after you had the point deducted.
Yeah, sometimes you go a bit all out. When you're a point down, then you slow things down and start to work. You've got another one of them, and you potentially lost the fight.
Let's bring your manager in, Lee Eaton, the manager and promoter of tonight's show in a baking hot arena. Lee, your opinion on India? I know he's been with you a long time and he's someone you back.
Yeah, this is obviously a very negative opponent now. Didn't really come to fight, just wanted to play around, do you know what I mean? But listen, he got the win, he done his job. Listen, he's built up his record. He's ready to go. Probably go for a Southern Area title, eliminate an X or something like that. But listen, he's ready to go now. So got great support, always well supported. So yeah, listen, I'm looking forward to seeing what we can do with him.
Lee wants to move you on. Do you feel it's a time for you now to start fighting opponents who are going to come to win?
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, I made 150, next fight I make 147. I'm ready to go, do you know what I mean? Ready to do 10 rounds, a step up for a Southern Area, something like Lee said, all day long.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Lee. And back to you, Glenn.
Yeah, well, excited about this next fight. English title at Cruiserweight. Ian Martell. The harness is coming off for Ian Martell as he goes in against Luke Watkins, who's only got 2 losses in very good company. Isaac Chamberlain and Lawrence Coley. So yeah. What are you expecting in this one, Hannah?
To be honest, I think this is a very exciting fight coming up. Like you said, it's Ian's first kind of serious step up, and Luke is no easy competitor. He's been in with some great fighters himself. And he's got some great boxing ability in there. So I think Ian is the fresher, younger fighter. And for me, you know, I think that's going to play a big part in this fight. But both fighters haven't actually fought since 2021. So equal amount of time out the ring.
For the vacant English Cruiserweight Championship, please welcome your first boxer into the ring. From Swindon, Luke the Duke Watkins. And now please welcome his opponent from Marsham, Ian Martell.
Sometimes I feel like throwing my hands up in the air. I know I can count on you. Sometimes I feel like saying, Lord, I just don't care. But you've got the love I need to see me through. Sometimes it seems the going is just too rough. And things go wrong no matter what I do. Now and then I feel like life is just too much. But you've got the love I need to see me through. When food is gone, you are my daily meal. When friends are gone, I know my Savior's love is real. Your love is real. Sometimes I feel like throwing my hands up in the air.
Live from Grays, Essex, exclusive on Fight Zone. Lee Eaton, in association with Dennis Hobson, present 10 3-minute rounds for the vacant English Cruiserweight Championship. Your steward in charge from the British Boxing Board of Control, Mick Collier. Your 3 judges, Bob Williams, Kev Parker, and Chaz Coakley. Your timekeeper, Nick White, and your referee, Mark Bates. This fight is sponsored by JJ Crump and Sons, Aguila Lounge, Empire Pro Tape, and Boxing Marketing Services. Introducing first in the red corner, wearing the white and silver shorts, weighing in at 14 stone, 2 pounds and 8 ounces. His record, 15 wins and 2 defeats, 10 wins coming by way of knockout. The former Commonwealth champion from Swindon, Luke the Duke Watkins. And his opponent in the blue corner, wearing the black and green, weighing in at 14 stone, 2 pounds. He is undefeated at 11 wins, 5 of those wins coming by way of knockout. A Southern Area champion from Marsham, Ian Martell.
Hey gentlemen, listen, you both had instructions good, enough, clean, fight. Obey my commands at all times, protect yourselves at all times. Good luck to you both, lads.
Warriors round there, Luke, brother.
Seconds out.
Warriors round there, mate.
Well, English title at stake, but a lot more in bragging rights. This is for the English Cruiserweight title in a very, very hotly contested division, led up there for the Kingpin WBO champion Lawrence Okoli. Jack, whoa. Already tempers fraying a little bit. We've got IBO champion Jack Massey, international Dave Jameson. You've got European champion Chris Bullum-Smith fighting Isaac Chamberlain tonight, and Richard Riekpo watching this one, the former British champion. So good competitive division in this country.
Always has been. Go back, Sammy Reeson, the first ever British champion, 1988 or 89. Might have been, I can't think, was it Stuart Lithgow he might have beaten in that maiden fight? I'm not sure, that's just me guessing. Then we had you, the first ever British world champion in the division, that heady Saturday night in the Northeast that so many people remember. And ever since then, the division's been just mushroomed. You know, Carl Thompson, Johnny Nelson, David Hay, Enzo Macquinelli, the name just rolled, Tony Bellew. I mean, Carl Thompson to me is the most exciting British fighter of the last 50 years. and I'll always say that. But fantastic division, and as you said, Glenn, a lot more than just the English title at stake here tonight. Winner of this, sure to be in the British title shake-up in the very, very near future.
Yeah, but a little bit of nerves, I think, in play early on in this. Lot at stake for these fights. Ian Martell, you know, the chains are off for him. You know, he's got his opportunity to show what he can do.
And he's letting that right hand go. When I spoke to him recently, although he had a lot of respect for Watkins, he was questioning Watkins' heart, which I thought was, you know, I didn't entirely agree with her. Okay, Watkins got beaten by Okoli in 3 rounds, but Okoli, you're possibly talking the best 200-pound fighter in the world right now. And he went very close against Isaac Chamberlain, who's fighting European and Commonwealth champion Chris Billam-Smith this evening.
Yeah, his pedigree's there, Watkins. You know, he's a decent, solid fighter. And, you know, that's why, you know, they picked him for Ian Martell. English title at stake. But a lot more at stake as well, isn't there? I mean, you know, a shot at the British title, and from then on, you know, it's a springboard with the fighters. We've got European champions, you know, IBO champions, WBO champions. So it's all there for big fights for the winner of this one.
Martell threw another right hand, then made Luke Watkins blink a little bit. Promoter Dennis Hobson to our left-hand side here. I'm sure he'll be rooting for Martell, who's a Fight Academy, promoted by Fight Academy.
Looking for the right hand. Martell, but carrying that left pretty low. Not a great deal in the opening round. Fencing for authority in there. 1 free fall, no submission, no.
Maybe very hard round to score, but maybe you'd go for Martell on a bit of success with a right hand.
Yeah, difficult one to score in my eyes. Neither one really got a bit of a foothold. Both of them had a little bit of success. But you know, Luke Watkins, 10 KOs in his 15 wins, carries a bit of power.
Yeah, but as I say, we're right next to the promoting team of Ian Martell, Dennis Hobson, Asif Varley. They could tell they were very pleased with their man in the first round there.
Well, he's got to loosen up, you know, keep the confidence nice and high. We talked to him early on, came over to see us. Ian Martell said he would, you know, train everything had gone right. He was happy with his preparation.
Yeah, he's a confident kid, but you know, even when he was a young man, he lived in Brazil for a year to develop his K1 skills. He lived in Liverpool for a year with Darren Till, the UFC fighter. So he's made sacrifices in other sports and more than willing to make those in boxing.
I'd like to see that left hand a little bit higher from Martell. Just leaving himself wide open down that right side. And with someone who's got a decent punch like Watkins, that's not a good plan.
You know, I look at these cruiserweights now from the days of 13 and I look at Watkins. He looks huge for the weight, doesn't he? He almost looks like one of those small 15-stone heavyweights. He looks like.
Oh, he looks a big guy. He's put a bit of weight on from the weigh-in, one would sense.
Big gap, isn't it, now, from 175 to 200 pound, pushing 2 stone, 25 pound. It's a big gap if you're a light heavyweight who can't make that weight, and then suddenly you're going up to cruiserweight and you've got these guys who are 15.5 stone coming down.
Yep, it is. But such a big gap for us when in the old days of cruiserweight at 13-7. Still both just fighting to get through with this jab. It's Watkins now putting on a bit of pressure.
Through that right hand that you were suggesting he should try, and it missed by some way.
A good jab from Watkins. A little bit of marking around the eye of Martell. And you know, for me, he's just started a little better, Watkins. He's just getting his jab working. You know, he's got his hands upright. He's got his hands nice and high. He's getting that jab off. He's scored a few points with that. And already you see the markings on the left-hand side where Martell has that low left hand.
I'm sure at some stage he will throw that right and will detonate it, and it will land, and it might be. Let's see how Ian Martell responds.
Well, I'd be pleased in the corner of Luke Watkins as he come back in the second round. I thought that was a better round for him. You know, he's using his jab better, Watkins. And promoter Dennis Hobson just indicating to me the same as I thought, that Watkins carrying that left hand too low. And you can see the damage there. That's why he should have it up.
Yeah, Kevin Marie, his manager, working the iron on that left eye, and I'm sure trainer Steve Whitwell and Kevin will be telling him the faults he's got to erase.
Takes a left hook and then a left jab from Watkins. That's good. From Watkins comes fighting back, but takes another left hand. Watkins.
That left side of his face really is a mask of bumps and bruises already there.
But look, Watkins is finding Martell easy to hit with the jab, with the right hand, with the left hand. And that's because, you know, his defense is wide open. Landing with the right hand, Watkins shakes his head. Martell.
Just grazed him there with that time.
Dropping his own hands a little bit, Watkins. That might be a mistake from him.
Got to feel what they might not be going toe to toe, but you've got to feel a fight you don't want to turn away from for a second, hasn't it, Glenn?
Very much so, because you just think one fight can change everything. One punch can change everything. You know, both these have got a bit of power, both strong, both in really good condition and prepared well for this fight. More experienced Luke Watkins, and at a much better level he's been in with.
Also stopped, I think he stopped 10 of his 15 opponents. Martell, 10 of his 15 wins have come inside the distance. Martell, I think 5 of his 11.
Well, I'd say the difference between the two at the minute is, you know, Martell, because of his poor defense, is getting caught more.
More seasoned he looks, doesn't he, as well?
Yeah, he looks Watkins looks a more rounded fighter, doesn't he? That experience is showing. Good left hand, started well. Luke Watkins landing with a left hook and the left jab early on. And Watkins started really well. You just get the sense with Ian Martell, he's gone into uncharted waters. And you just wonder, has he got the right map?
So far, you wouldn't think so. Those right hands, you know, it's almost as if Watkins senses he could win the fight. You know, he's being, you know, he's patient, and you just pointed out the left eye there. It's worsening with every round, isn't it?
It is, and that's disheartening. You know, when you feel that you're getting bruised, you're getting marked, your eyes starting to shut. You know, and he hasn't been hit by big punches yet. You know, this has just been jab and cuffing punches that's done that damage. But, you know, still the left hand stays at waist height. But it's going to take a change in tactics from Martell. He's just thrown up a wild right, and I think he needs a bit more of that. He's got to ruffle the feathers of Luke Watkins.
Watkins saw that, you know, that connection. He was riding the punch. He saw that from way out.
Well, it's getting harder and harder for Ian Martell, who's going to have to bite down on that gum shield. Show some toughness, show some spirit, and start letting some punches go.
See, what's important, and Martell mustn't start feeling sorry for himself, because if he does, any chance will be gone, Glenn.
Absolutely. I mean, I think he's a tough kid.
Yeah.
He's a solid kid. You know, he's been in the business a while, and he, you know, been in, you know, as you say, different art forms. So, you know, he's tough.
His face is really looking a mess now. His nose is reddening.
The problem is, he doesn't look to have the game plan to close the distance on Luke Watkins, because, you know, that left jab carried so low is ineffective. You know, Watkins is finding it easy to block that shot, and he's finding it easy to get his own right hand off. Martell, for me, has got to take the fight to Watkins and start, you know, dishing it out a bit. He's just waiting far too long. He's waiting for what Watkins has got instead of showing Watkins what he's got. But good boxing from Luke. He's doing what he has to do in there.
And he's reading him well. He knew the right hand was coming there, ducked out the way comfortably.
Oh, I think the confidence will be with Luke Watkins at the moment.
Well, he's been in the ascendancy since the end, since really the first round. It was hard to split them. That you gave it 11, I gave that to Ian Martell. But he's been in the ascendancy ever since. And
well, big miss there for Ian Martell. And that's been the story of the fight so far, with Martell not landing with the punches that he needs to make a breakthrough. The better boxing skills, the more composed of the two, has been Luke Watkins, who is, you know, for me, winning the rounds. You know, and he's also protecting himself. He's not taking shots. He's riding anything that comes at him. You know, he's catching it on the hands or blocking it with the defense. And he's starting to bust Ian Martell up.
And also what Luke might be aware of, Glenn, is to be a lot harder for him to come back. He's had 2 losses at a very good level. A third loss, you know, at 32. It might be another 2-3 years before he he would get back in. He's not going to want to be 35.
Well, he'll know that he's been in with a better quality of fighter. He's got the more experience at a better level.
And it's showing.
It is at this point. But it's really what tactics can be changed in the Martell camp. You know, has he got a plan B? Because plan A ain't working.
Solid jab, solid double jab, thudding into Ian's face there.
Yep. I mean, that's painful, one, but it's also confidence draining when that left jab keeps coming into the face. Doubling up now. Getting more and more confident with his attacks, Watkins. Waiting too long, Martell. He's got to start leading off, got to start being busier.
I think you're right what you were saying. I think in round 3, Glenn, he seems to be waiting more for
what's coming.
What's coming more than what he can do.
And, you know, and he knows the jab's going to come, but he's not getting out of the way of the jab. The left hand's too low. It's really about Watkins switching up Martell switching up the gears now. You know, he's not going to outbox Martell. Martell better equipped at long range. It's down to Martell to show a little bit of tenacity now. Well, good support for Ian Martell. Crowd chanting his name.
It's the first that little spurt there. It's the first time since the first round when I've had anything to chant about. But again, Watkins just seemed untroubled.
Well, interesting round. Certainly a little bit better from Ian Martell. Was it good enough to give him the round, Steve?
Look, it was a closer round. You know, it's a round that gave the referee something to think about. But did he do enough? I don't think so. You may disagree, Glenn.
No, yeah, he did do more. It was more reason to give him a shout in it. Did Watkins do a great deal that round? I think Watkins just shut up shop a little bit. I mean, it's an interesting fight. It's kind of, there's still an awful lot can happen.
Well, we're just going into the second half of the fight, and while there's no one would argue that Watkins was in the lead.
No, he's definitely in the lead, but there's a bit more to be excited about from Ian Martell followers. But I think, the key to Martell is he's got to take the fight to Watkins. He's got to use his strength, get involved in a fight.
It's also, he's being allowed to fight at the pace he wants to as well, isn't he, Watkins?
Yeah, Watkins has got better boxing ability. Well, he's over.
He was hurt by shots on this side and then a right hand on.
He was in a bit of disarray, and I thought he just lost his footing at first, Steve, but he was hurt. That was a legitimate knockdown, and he did feel that. Well, under pressure here, Luke Watkins picking it up, feels the end is close. He's hurt Martell again there. Martell needs to get out of the corner. Just giving Watkins the opportunity to unload. Well, what can he pull out of the bag? Ian Martell, is his undefeated record slipping away from him? The chance of an English title win slipping away. Another solid right hand. He looks at the referee.
Disorientated then.
Well, it's all Luke Watkins. He's in trouble. Ian Martell. You feel a good combination from Watkins can have him out of there if he just keeps the pressure on.
Mark Bates is looking closely, but he certainly not enough to...
Down he goes. Ian Martell slumps face first to the canvas. Referee takes up the count. He's not going to beat that. Don't think it's over.
No. You know what? That
over. Luke Watkins celebrates.
You know what?
To his fans.
That was the career. That was the win that Luke Watkins needed to save his career as a big-time boxer. It would have been a hard route back for him. Really, really impressive performance. Stopped him in the 6th round. When we spoke the other week, he was full of confidence, and we saw why in the ring tonight. 2 experience on the night. Really solid performance. And you know what? He deserves to be in the British title shake-up. Certainly.
Very much so. Very much so. You know, confident performance. His boxing was all together right from the start. And Stevie had his, you know, the key early on was just his boxing ability. The fact that, you know, he had the better style. He stood upright, his hands up high. So it was all about, you know, good boxing ability early on. He bust up the right side, the left side of the face of Ian Martell with the jabs and the right hands going in, and it's hard to come back when you're getting beat at long range behind that jab. And the problem was, you know, he didn't have a plan B, Martell.
No.
He couldn't get that hand up and start to
outbox him very quick. And you know what? You know what I say? He deserves to be in that shake-up. You look at his losses. Lost in 3 rounds to a Coley. No shame in that for any domestic fighter. You know, lost by a point to Chamberlain. Dropped in the final round, cost him a draw, possibly a win. So, you know, he deserves another British title
Well, he's
fight.
definitely got himself back in the frame. That's a good solid win. A stoppage over Ian Martell, taking his record to 16 wins in 18 fights and opportunities. Probably a British title fight awaits Luke Watkins, who did that in good style. Good boxing ability, and then the finish that come in the 6th round.
And then for Ian Martell now, 11-1, it's back to the drawing board. He can still come again, but...
Well, he just needs to look at that fight back, and, you know, he'll see that he wasn't prepared. He wasn't prepared. His boxing ability wasn't up to scratch. You know, he needs to go away and learn to throw that jab off the shoulder with the left hand nice and high. You know, but that's stuff you can learn. You know, that was a basic mistake that cost him that fight. And we're just waiting for Ian Martell to join the referee, and we'll get the decision by RMC.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Bates called stop the action at 2 minutes and 30 seconds of round number 6. For your winner, and now the English Cruiserweight champion, Luke the Duke Watkins.
Well, desperate disappointment for Ian Martell, who'd been making waves in the division.
Yeah.
But, you know, came unstuck against a more experienced Luke Watkins, who just seemed better prepared for the battle ahead.
You can see the experience kind of shine through tonight for Luke Watkins. And him and his whole team will be happy with that. He kept it simple. But yeah, when he needed to, he upped the pace and took Martell out.
Yeah, good to see Chris Sanagar celebrating there with Luke Watkins. Great face in British boxing. Fabulous pedigree with his fighters down there in Bristol. And new English champion Luke Watkins gets out of the ring, makes his way over to the interview position of Steve Lillis. And I think they'll be happy with the outcome and the way they went about their business, Hannah.
Yeah, no, you could just see a lot of experience there, and he didn't rush his work. He used his jab to great effect right from the very beginning. So, yeah, I think the jab set everything up for him. And, yeah, it's unfortunate for Martell because, you know, I know he was so desperate to really perform tonight, but, yeah, go back to the drawing board after that one.
And what next for Martell?
I think it'll be down to him and his team. They'll get back to the gym, watch it back and see what things they want to work on. But yeah, Luke Watkins just proved a bit too much tonight.
He certainly did. And I think he'd be very happy to get himself back in the domestic ranks, and we'll find out what he felt from Steve Lillis.
Luke, congratulations, Luke Watkins, new English Cruiserweight champion. When we spoke the other week, I could smell the confidence down the line.
Yeah.
You proved you were right, didn't you?
Yeah, it wasn't today. And then there's things in life. Sometimes people really want things, but tonight I must have got the win. My career needs to get back on track, and I believe this is a good step in that right direction. Credit to Ian Martell, he's a tough warrior. But tonight, it wasn't about Ian, it wasn't about any other man that was in front of me, it was just about me and what I had to do to keep moving forward. Before you ask me my next question, I just want to say thank you to my sponsors, Condon and JGS. Bloody hell, Ruben, Jazzbone, my team, Gecko Fitness and Back to Fitness, because without those guys, I wouldn't be here, all right? So, Lee, fire away.
Was it the win that saved your career? Because at 32, it might have taken you another 3 years to get back into title contention. And you don't want to be a 35-year-old man fighting for British title.
Nah. I want to know how all those boys got on tonight. Chamberlain, I want to know how Chris Billam got on. I want to know what that British title is. That is what I want. So, British board, if you're listening to this, that's what I want to come for, please.
Chris, your young-looking manager, the youngest man here tonight. Talk us through that performance.
Yeah, you know, I thought he may have lost the first 2 rounds, but I told him at the beginning, it's a 10-round fight. Don't worry. Take your time. Use your experience, and that's exactly what he done. It was like turning up the cooker, wasn't it? Bit by bit. You know, fabulous thing. A massive win against an unbeaten fighter from the away corner. You know what I mean? Up against the odds. You know what I mean?
Before I bring the away corner in, another fight, IBO World Champion Jack Massey. Does he appeal to you? He's like you. You're both big men. You look like heavyweights, the pair of you.
There's a group of fighters that we're all, I believe we're all in the mix for each other. Jack Massey's name is in that hat, along with Lowell, like I said, Chris, Isaac, all the names are in the hat. They're the people that I kind of turned over with around the same time. It's always, you know, who's the best. I'm here to fight these domestic fights. I'm happy for that. I want to fight European fights. And as I said a long time ago, the world honours is what every man will hope for, isn't it? I'll work hard until I get it.
Let's bring someone from the losing team. Sorry about this for you, Dennis. But tell us about how you saw the fight tonight. No arguments, obviously.
Well, my pal Chris, I've known him a long time, and he's consistently produced champions, and he's produced another one tonight. The experience got him through. I think Luke showed all the experience tonight. He showed what sort of level he's at, And let's be honest, Luke's shown exactly what I've just said. He's at that level, he's in the mix, and I'd love to see him on Fight Zone again, because he's a quality operator. He comes from a pedigree which keeps producing champions. He's a pleasure to work with. He's my personal friend anyway, but he's Mr. Boxing, and we've got so much respect for each other. And you know, he's got the best out of that kid tonight, and obviously the better man won on the night. But commiserations to Ian. He's, like he says, he's a warrior, exciting, and hopefully he'll come again. But if Luke wants to and Chris wants to talk to us about being on Fight Zone, we'd love to have him here again.
We've got David Jameson as well.
We've got Jameson, we've got Massey. He's up there, he's knocking on the door again, he's Luke Wilton. So let's get it on.
We'll let Luke go. He's got a load of mates here who want to see him. And we're back to Hannah and Glenn, who will set the scene before the main event. Thank you.
Well, very good to see Luke Watkins pull that off. Excellent performance. But next up, we got the main event, Hannah.
Yep.
And Nina Hughes.
Yep, Nina Hughes versus Taiji Gallagher. Yeah, no, very excited about this fight. You know, there's a couple of titles on the line, the Commonwealth and the WBO International, I think it is. So, yeah, no, very exciting to watch this. And I've been down to the changing room to see both girls and wish them luck. So they're both ready to go. I can't wait.
Now, the titles are on the line, but this is very early in the careers of both girls. I mean, Nina has just had 2 fights. You know, Taiji Gallagher, you know, she's had 4. And
yeah.
yet, you know, they're in a Commonwealth Super Bantamweight title fight. So, you know, you move very quick in the ladies section, don't you?
Absolutely. I mean, Nina Hughes is coming in. She's 39 now. Right, here we go.
On to our main event of the evening. This one for the vacant Commonwealth and WBO international titles. Please welcome firstly into the ring from Luton, Taiji Gallagher.
Here we go. I say boom, boom, boom. Now let me say well. I say boom, boom, boom. Now what about to say well? I say boom, boom, boom. Now let me say well. I say boom, boom, boom. Now what about to say well? Boom, boom, boom. Now let me say well. I say boom, boom, boom. Now what about to say well? I say boom, boom, boom. Now let me say well. I say boom, boom, boom. Now what about to say well?
Feel good, good, good. I feel good, yes, wonderful, good. Anytime I'm coming on the dance, I listen to the man in my neighborhood. I feel good, good, good. I feel good, yes, wonderful, good. Anytime I'm coming on the dance, I listen to the man. I feel good, good, good. I feel good, yes, wonderful, good. Anytime I'm coming on the dance, I listen to the man in my neighborhood. I feel good, good, good. I feel good, yes, wonderful, good. Anytime I'm coming on the dance, I listen to the man.
And now please welcome her opponent from Belarus, Nina Hughes. Live from Essex, exclusive on Fight Zone. Lee Eaton, in association with Dennis Hobson, presents 10 2-minute rounds for the vacant WBO International and Commonwealth Bantamweight Championships. Your WBO supervisor, Mr. Mick Collier. Your judges at ringside, Mark Bates, Chaz Coakley, and Kev Parker. Your timekeeper, Nick White. And your referee in charge of the action, Bob Williams. This event is sponsored by JJ Crumpenson, Aguila Lounge, Empire Pro Tape, and Boxing Marketing Services. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your main event of the evening. Grays, Essex, make some noise! Introducing first in the red corner, wearing the white and pink, weighing in at 8 stone 10 pounds. She is undefeated at 4 wins. From Luton, Ticey Gallagher. And your opponent in the blue corner, wearing the white and gold, weighing in at 8 stone 9 pounds and 8 ounces. She is also undefeated with 2 wins and no losses. From Billericay, Nina Hughes.
Okay, ladies, obey my commands. In the event of a knockdown, the fighter standing will go to the furthest neutral corner and stay there. Protect yourself at all times, touch gloves.
Well, referee is Bob Williams. Girls are ready.
Yep.
And this one for the WBO International and Vacant Commonwealth Super Bantamweight title. Glad to be joined by world champion Hannah Rankin. Hannah, good fight we've got to look forward to.
Yes, definitely. There's been some, the lead up to this fight has been quite exciting. Both fighters have been sparring with some good fighters themselves to get ready for this. I know Nina's been sparring with Joanna Wanyu from my gym and Ellie Scottney, and Ticey Gallagher has been in with Stevie Levy, so all some names that we know, so it's going to be quite exciting.
A little bit holding early on. Now the girls just trying to establish their jabs from longer range.
Nina's looking for that big overhand right, being the slightly shorter fighter.
And again, just coming together, getting tangled up a little bit as nerves creep in there. There's an awful lot at stake for both these girls, both of them unbeaten in their professional careers. So you can see both very tense, very tight.
Yeah.
Looking for a gap in the defense to get a punch on. Well, it's Nina Hughes who's got the center of the ring, looking to push Gallagher back.
Nina likes to apply pressure in the fight, so I'm expecting Gallagher to use her feet and box a bit more on the back foot.
Well, Hughes is older, she's more mature, probably a little bit physically stronger than Gallagher. She's got to try and use that, especially early on. Well, Katie, opening round action from both girls.
Yeah.
But it was Nina Hughes who just looked to get the center ring, push Gallagher back and get first punches in.
Definitely. She's a much more aggressive fighter. Like I said, she likes to apply pressure to her opponents. And like you said, she looks the stronger one in there at the moment.
Well, it really is. The question's going to be, can Gallagher get her boxing going?
Yeah.
Can she get behind the jab? Can she start to use the movement, get some rhythm to see her get in this fight?
Absolutely. And 2 minutes goes past quickly, you know. You've got to get things going straight from the bell. There's no feeling out time.
Well, good support from Hughes. Making a lot of noise in the Civic Hall in Grays in Essex.
I think Gallagher needs to not wait. You
Yeah.
know, she's waiting too long. She started off with a good rhythm, popping that jab hand out.
Yeah, strength, tenacity, grit, determination, that's all coming from Nina Hughes. Good defensive work from Hughes there as well, just as Gallagher starts to let some punches go of her own. Now can Gallagher get set? Can she get into a rhythm and start to use that jab? She can't afford to be just pushed around. She's trying to get free. She's trying to get her hands loose to land. She's got the right hand working a little bit.
Pushing Nina back herself now. There's a couple of good right hands there from Gallagher. Just needs to maintain her composure with the pressure from Hughes. A few more of those feints would be lovely.
Yeah, still strength, pressure from Hughes. Just missing with the jab, Gallagher. Another round for Nina Hughes on my card.
Yeah, see, that's an example there where Gallagher should definitely move off the rope. She shouldn't be waiting to see what Hughes is going to throw, because she's coming in with that big right hand every time, you know, and she knows this. So I think she's just getting kind of caught in like a deer in headlights a little bit, like glove watching a little bit. I think she should just use her feet, because her footwork is a fantastic asset of hers. So I wish she'd move a little bit more, and then Nina can't set up a shot so easily.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Well, up early for work, Gallagher. She's younger, just 24 years of age. Pressure. Gallagher trying to get her boxing going.
Yeah.
Trying to get some rhythm into her work. But it's Hughes who's stalking her, looking to put the pressure on again.
Yeah. Just need to get warm for use of the forearm there.
Referee Bob Williams being very assertive there.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of necessary, especially in women's fights, because there's only 2 minutes. There's not a lot of time in the round to nip things in the bud quite quickly. Gallagher needs to step in on that right hand. she kind of smothers her own work a little bit, you know?
Yeah. Well, she's feinting plenty, Gallagher, but not letting that left jab go. When she does, just falling short a little bit. Hughes is going to walk through that. She needs more, Gallagher.
I think both fighters are a little bit guilty of smothering their own work at the moment. You know, even Nina gets in there, but then she doesn't give herself any space to work while she's there. Much better jab from Gallagher at the end there.
Yeah. How are you seeing it so far, Hannah? 3 rounds gone.
I'm giving the 3 rounds to Hughes on the pressure. And also just she's landing more punches. Gallagher needs to throw some more punches and you know, especially let that right hand go, because we're getting a few jabs coming out, but no stiff jabs. And if she was to follow a stiff jab with a nice good right hand, step in on it, she'd land it, because Nina's not got a massive amount of head movement, so she's there in the middle.
Yeah, and Gallagher missing with too many shots. She's falling short. Needs to step in with those punches.
Yeah. I think she's a bit nervous to step in because Hughes is the stronger fighter in there.
Round 4.
Again, it's aggression from Hughes.
Yep.
Just closing the distance down. She's just bullying Gallagher, isn't she, in there? Not allowing her to work. Just pushing her around, trying to be the boss.
Yeah, I think that's much better than 1-2 there from Gallagher. I think she needs to kind of impose herself on this fight a little bit more.
So can Stacey Gallagher get a foothold? Can she start to get that jab working a little bit, get some success?
I think Gallagher should go to her right a little bit more. And she's very much comfortable going to her left, but she's going right into the right hand of Hughes, you know?
Well, there's not a lot of good scoring punches landing, to be fair. It's very much, you know, a mishmash.
It's getting a little bit scrappy.
Well, it's Hughes who's still pushing Stacey Gallagher onto the back foot. She's leading off. She's the one that's catching the eye with the better work. Well, certainly, there's not, I've got to be fair, I've got to be honest, there's not a great deal of scoring shots.
No.
There's not a lot of good boxing ability in there. At the minute, it's all about just aggression and trying to push forward and assert yourself on your opponent.
Yeah. I think, like I said, Gallagher needs to use a little bit more lateral movement, not go backwards in a straight line, because that's just inviting Hughes straight onto her, you know?
Well, I think the main thing, Gallagher needs to start landing with some punches.
Yeah.
Well, She's just realised Nina Hughes no gum shield in. Don't want to lose the teeth.
Yeah, you can just see Hughes is a stronger fighter in there. She's more compact, and she's kind of bullying Gallagher around.
Yeah. But I think there's a point where Bob Williams, the referee, has got to, you know, try and get a little bit of order to this. Break them a bit earlier, get them to box a little bit more. It's too scrappy on the inside. Again, missing with her punches. I think, you know, with it being the 2-minute rounds, the girls rush everything. I think the 3 minutes would suit them more so they can settle down a little bit. It's all very much a rush.
Yeah, personally, I would love to have 3-minute rounds. This is a point I've made quite a lot. And I really do feel it would help us show much better.
Show more of the skills, isn't it?
Better skills in there on the night instead of feeling like you've already got, it's a sprint, you know?
And this frenetic sprint at the moment.
Yeah. Need to just be careful coming with the back of the head there.
That's a little better from Gallagher, trying to get that jab working.
That's better. That was better.
Getting a few more shots on Tyson Gallagher.
I think I'd give her that round.
Yep, I agree.
That was much better. They just kind of bit down the gum shield and is like, right, I'm gonna hold my ground
Maybe
a bit.
the second half of the fight will suit Tyson Gallagher a little bit more.
Yeah.
As tiredness starts to set in, you know, she'll have a bit more time and a bit more room to get her shots off.
Both fighters have worked hard, you know, juggling. They're both mums as well, so they've got kids and getting all that training in and work as well. So, yeah, a lot of hard work there. Not many fighters able to go full time.
Well, how we're at the halfway stage now. How have you got it at this stage, Hannah?
I've got Hughes up, but like I said, I think we saw a little turn in the tide in the last round. So, like you said, it might favour Gallagher more later on, but we shall see.
Well, you would think the 39-year-old Hughes would start to feel, I know she'll train hard, but she'll start to feel it under this heat. She'll start to feel it a little bit more than the younger girl, Gallagher.
Yeah. Nina Hughes is known for being very fit, very well conditioned. She works hard in the gym, so I'm not expecting that too much, but you can see in this round here that Gallagher started off well, so
good right hand,
good right hand there again. Big right hand there from Hughes. But Gallagher got one in herself, so I think Hughes can set up her attacks a little bit more if she used the jab.
Yeah.
And she went straight in for that body shot, but she was way too far out. And this is where Gallagher just needs to be a little bit busier, you know?
Yeah.
Keep popping that jab out, moving left and right, and don't become a sitting target for Hughes.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be all about who wants it more.
Yeah.
That is the one that's going to get the decision at the end. But this fight, you know, 10 rounds early in the career, it's going to do them both the world of good.
Absolutely.
As they progress. And
this is one of my main arguments for either 3-minute rounds or like 12 twos when you get to world title level, because we're at a Commonwealth title stage here, and that's at 10 twos.
Yeah.
So I personally feel, you know, once you get to world title level, that needs to go up, because this is Nina Hughes' third professional fight, and she's doing 10 rounds already at 10 twos. So we need that differentiation 100% in the women's game.
Well, trying desperately there to get the right hand on Hughes. A little bit of swelling above that left eye.
Gallagher's up and ready to go. Nice feints there, but she just needs to throw off the feint.
She's feinting and you know, she's making the moves, but she's not letting the jab go.
No.
You know, feint, and then jab straight away. Waiting far too long to let the punches go, and not letting them go at all.
Yeah. I think she'll be a bit frustrated when she watches back, because there's so many opportunities for her to...
There is. Yeah, she just waits far too long.
Yeah, double that jab up.
Yeah. You get a slight chance of an opportunity bump, you've got to go for it. She's getting a little rough around the back of the head. She's so eager to get her punches off. Bob Williams gives a little telling off. Then resume work. But it's difficult when, you know, Gallagher's trying to hold. She's trying to get her arms free and fight here. This is where Bob Williams has got to tell Gallagher, you know, keep it clean. Lands that right hand, Gallagher, as they come together there.
See Gallagher a bit disappointed with that round there. And like you said, she's just not pulling the trigger.
No, you see there, you know, she should have let the shot go. I don't know what she's waiting for. You know, she could have landed a much better right hand if she'd let that shot go so much earlier. And, you know, the jab needs to be thrown with rhythm, but with force.
With intent.
And you know, and that's not happening, you know, and it's doubling up on the jab. There's a big lack of that.
Yeah. Gallagher's corner not happy with the hits behind the head. If Gallagher was to bring the shots up, Hughes comes in quite low, so there are opportunities to land the uppercut.
Yeah. Well, she's working away to the stomach. Hughes. And all she can do, Gallagher, is cover up. Feel a bit sorry for herself there. She needs to, you know, step back, get free, get the shots off. Well, far too much fencing, waiting for an opening. You know, see the gap, let it go.
Yeah. was a good overhand right there, well timed. But Hughes came straight back with the punches of her own. Like you said, the difference I think with this one is going to be who wants it more, and so far Hughes is taking every opportunity to throw something at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is going to be the difference in the fight. Hughes trying the harder. There hasn't been a great deal of clean boxing. She lands with the jab there, Gallagher though.
Bit of frustration coming out there with Gallagher at the end.
Yeah, she's just not getting her shots on.
I think that right hand was best time in the fight.
Yeah.
And then she waits, you know, and if she'd just gone in to try and capitalize on that, it would have, you know, she could have pushed Hughes back.
Yeah. Well, round 9, 4 minutes, and a title awaits. WBO, international, and a Commonwealth title at stake for the winner of this one. And I've got mainly Hughes in a handy lead.
Myself included.
Pardon?
Me included.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Gallagher likes to box at her own time, and obviously Hughes is not letting her have her own time or her own space. And forcing her to fight at every opportunity.
Well, just using the head a little bit more, and she.
Yeah.
The older fighter Hughes. Just, you know, she hasn't got more experience in fight time, but
no.
You know, she's got life experience, and she's just sort of always trying to be the boss in there, hasn't she?
Yeah. Good right hand there from Gallagher.
We'd say old man and it out of her, but it's old woman now.
Old womaning it.
Old woman in it. Not sure that sounds as good.
No, it doesn't. No.
I don't think she'll like that as much.
No. Better from Gallagher. But she needs to come back in with something of her own. There we go.
Well, I'll be very interested how this fight's scored, because, you know, somebody could have a totally different
view on it as
view
well,
on
yeah.
how this is going, because there's lots of hold, people trying to, you know, they're trying to score on the inside. She just landed with a good right hand there.
That was a Gallagher round.
Yeah.
So 1 round left. I have Gallagher needing a knockdown in this round. But like you said, it depends what you like, doesn't it? You know, the cleaner.
I've got Gallagher needing a stoppage.
Yeah, the cleaner shots, like more sort of slick boxing, I think, coming from Gallagher, but definitely
you know,
more
it's
aggressive.
one of those. If I'm you know, frankly honest, it's one of those which you wouldn't argue either way, really, because you know, it's been a bit too messy. There hasn't been either one scoring a lot of clean shots.
Yeah.
So although she's, you know, she's trying to bully her, she's trying to push her around Hughes, is she really scoring the shots? Is she? No.
Yeah. There's a lot landing on arms and gloves. Gallagher trying to push Hughes back now.
Well, she's going for a last-ditch effort. As I said, you know, this is one that, you know, really is to how you score and things.
Yep.
You know, because there's been a lot of mauling, a lot of, you know, ragged work. What are the judges seeing in this? I think it could differ greatly between judge to judge.
Absolutely. Gallagher doing the cleaner work this round. Finding a home for that right hand a few times this round. Good left hook.
Yeah.
Look. Okay.
Well, that's 20 seconds of this one. Lord at stake. WBO, International and Commonwealth title at stake. She has looked like she's wanted a little bit more. Nina Hughes, has that been enough to secure the titles? We'll soon see. Big smile from Casey Gallagher. Girls hug.
Definitely.
Well, you know, they went at it all the way through. Credit to both girls, trained very, very hard, put a lot in to that 10 rounds.
Yep.
And be very interested to see. I have a feeling this is a close run affair. Looks like Hughes might run away with it a little bit early on, but Gallagher came back in the late rounds.
Yep. And finished strong. So, yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see what the judges have for this one.
Well, judges cutting up their score.
Yeah.
We will await the decision. Prediction? Oh, not prediction. Who think you scored?
So I've got Hughes winning it, even though Gallagher came on strong at the end. I've got
Well, it
Hughes.
is a little bit of a prediction in a
Yeah, it is,
in a
yeah.
fight like this.
But like you said, it'd be that somebody else could see something completely different. But I have Nina winning this one. You know, she put in the hard work early on.
Yeah, I think for me, Nina did more work. I think she just, for me, it was all about wanting it more.
Yeah.
And I just thought, you know, she pushed and tried to work on the inside.
Yeah.
You know, got her shots off first when Gallagher was thinking about it. And I think, you know, both girls should be proud of themselves and their performances, whatever the outcome.
Yeah.
But like yourself, I think Hughes might well have just come out a slight winner.
Yeah.
Well, it's taken a while, the decision. Fans enjoyed it, standing on their feet, saluting the girls.
Yeah, both girls gave it all, so I think it's going to be interesting when this is announced. But at least they've got good support with them, and you see that, you know, good fan base going on there. And it's great to see women headlining.
Absolutely. Well, I think we're going to get our MC's announcement any second now and see who is the WBO International and Commonwealth Super Bantamweight champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I announce the official decision, let's hear for both boxers in tonight's main event. After 10 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Mark Bates has it 95-95, a draw. Overruled by Chaz Coakley, who has it 97-93, and Kev Parker, who has it at 96-94. Both in favor of your winner by majority decision. And now the WBO International and Commonwealth Super Bantamweight Champion, Nina Hughes.
Decision, but it's Nina Hughes who wanted it more, who tried harder, and who pulled it out and got that victory. A draw on one judge's scorecard, but she got it on the other two.
Yeah, she'd be ecstatic with that. As you can see, she is ecstatic with that. Gallagher obviously disappointed, but yeah, it was, like you said, a close-fought fight, and she wanted it more, and she put the work in the early rounds, you know, so yeah, congratulations to Nina Hughes. And a shout-out to Tyson Gallagher for putting on a great fight.
Well, Tyson Gallagher, she ran her close. She's only young. Both girls very inexperienced, so Tyson Gallagher's time will come again.
Yeah.
She'll be the better fighter for that 10-round fight. So, you know, she'll grow and better things. You know, we're going to see Tyson Gallagher again very shortly. But the moment now is for Nina Hughes, who's worked long and hard. She's 39 years of age. This means so much to her to get this, and she is
You can see how happy she is there. That's fantastic.
The whole team very, very happy, just milking it as much as they can. Great moment. And we're just waiting for it now. The fighters don't, you know, when they win titles, you know it, they don't want to get out of the ring.
No.
It's just, you know, they don't want this moment to be over. It's a great moment in any fighter's life. They win a belt, they win a championship, all that hard work. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
And
here she
well
comes.
done to Nina Hughes for her hard work and dedication and sticking at it and getting there. She will be on stage very soon, and we'll see what she's got to say and how happy she is as she joins Steve Lillis, who's getting son Leo. It's a great night for him, a great moment for him, and we'll see how happy they all are. It's over to Steve Lillis.
Well, here we got Leo, everybody. Nina, congratulations, great performance, great fight. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was a good close fight. I was getting too close, so I wanted to keep my distance a bit more, but I was smothering my own work. But I knew it was close, so I just dug deep and tried to get the win and got it.
So, you know, you had a couple layoffs, your family, all worth it now when it comes to fruition, double title holder?
Definitely, it's all worth it. Like, everyone wrote me off because of my age, and I just wanted to prove everyone wrong that I could still get these titles. And I promised this little one the rainbow belt, and I got the other one, so they got one each. No fighting over it.
You know, we've got to push it forward now. You've got to be looking to the world now. Really exciting division, bantamweight, super bantamweight. There's so much out there, isn't there?
Yeah, I just want to keep pushing forward and hopefully get a world title shot one day. So, yeah, that's the dream.
I mean, I know you know you're 39. You're remarkably fresh, aren't you?
I didn't start till I was 26, so it's not like I started when I was 12 and got miles on the clock. So, yeah, I still feel fresh. I don't feel my age, so as long as I feel good, that's all that matters.
Still a baby, aren't you?
You're only as old as I feel, aren't you?
Been about 20, I bet.
Yeah.
Lee, your manager, you were losing it about up there, mate.
Mate, do you know what? This not going to lie, this fight has been cancelled twice. The stuff we've gone on through this whole show nearly been cancelled 3 times. To be able to put that, I promised her the rainbow belt after her last fight, yeah, and that's what I produced for her. She went in and done the business. This was a very close fight. It was touch and go, like the draw cards couldn't either way. Do you know what I mean? But I'm just over the moon to be able to obviously give her that opportunity. 2 titles, WBO International, first WBO International title, Commonwealth champion. So it's all go now.
What's your plans now? Summer holidays and.
Yeah, take these out in the summer holidays and then crack on from there.
Thanks very much indeed, and congratulations to all the team. And Glenn's going to join me right now with Hannah.
Well, Steve, great scenes and a great evening on Fight Zone. Sum it up in a word, Luke Watkins, what a performance.
Luke Watkins saved his career tonight, and you know, we're seeing female boxing kicking on. Hannah's got a smile on, and we've got a fight like that. You know, I had Nina winning. I think some people had it, the Ticey winning. It's great that those fights are there for female boxing, and Hannah's going to give us more of these great nights later on.
And Hannah, what do you think of Nina Hughes? Obviously, you're obviously ecstatic when seeing the ladies and seeing them get championships and seeing how the sport's developing.
Do you know, it's brilliant to see women headlining at these shows. You know, it's fantastic, and Nina's going to be ecstatic with that. She's, you know, she deserves it. She wanted it more, and you can see that right from the very beginning. You know, she put all that hard work in the early rounds. Gallagher came on strong, didn't take anything away from her. So in the later rounds, she came on strong. But yeah, it was a fantastic fight, and like as usual with all female fights, it was all action.
Well, 2 good performances from Luke Watkins and Nina Hughes, and a great night here on Fight Zone. Thank you so much, and good night.